From the broken ruins of Babylon, this is End of Days Radio. Oh shit. Oh shit. He's back. He's back after another extended hiatus. I do apologize. It is the end of days. Shit gets in the way. What could I say? But I'm back, baby, and I'm ready to fucking rock. Oh my god. There's so much to talk about. First being, where'd it go, right? Where's my fancy Sesame Street brick background? Well, I got tired of hauling that fucking piece of shit out, and it was starting to get wrinkles in it. And I just didn't think it was worth it. It barely fits in this room. It looks like shit. Might as well look at my shit, like my amp and my little fucking alien head right on top of my head, or my JFK plaque, or my chicken from Japan, or my fan, or my American flag. That shit's dope. I don't need no damn brick background. This has more personality, like my shitty clock and my orange amp you can barely see. It's better, and you know this. But anyway, today's date, this is the dual year 2020. This is the end of days. It is September 5th, 2020. September 5th of the end of days. Like I said, this is the end of days. And the Marxists are overturning our great republic. These antifers, these freaking tweakers with their backpacks and their masks and their fucking communism. Yep, it's bad out there. I could go on all day about that, and perhaps I will. But right now, I've got a fucking awesome guest. And his name is Predada Severa. He's a musical artist as well as a member and even leader of many secret organizations. Due to his deep affiliations, he is here with us today to tell us the real truth about the Illuminati, as well as many other things. I'm excited. Also, remember, End of Days Radio is back, baby, and I'm about to start hitting this shit hard. I am. I know I promised that a lot, but if you notice, things are building up. The show's changed a lot, and things are about to hit a whole new level. This guest tonight, he is off the hook. Hold on, let me put my feet up. There we go. Kind of off to the side, but whatever. See my other amp. But the thing is that, how do I explain this? I gotta start taking this show a little bit more seriously, as like, I'm always big on free. I would never charge you for the show, but I have to at least start pushing for those donations a little bit harder, because really, my time is valuable and I'm putting a good product out there. And if I could just make a tiny little bit of money off of this, it would help, It's the last days. I need the money for MREs and bullets and shit like that. So I got to kind of tone down on the free, grassroots, free. I need you guys to donate if you can, $5, $3, $10, whatever. I'm not going to keep going on about it. I'm never going to charge for the show. But if you wouldn't mind donating, go to endofdaysradio.com, hit that PayPal link. I'm working on getting the Bitcoin thing going. I know I've been promising that forever. I'm just learning about Bitcoin. I'm old, I guess you could say. I know that has really little to do with it, but I finally set up a Bitcoin wallet, so that's a major step in the right direction. And I am going to buy some Bitcoin. It's like fucking 10 grand to buy one Bitcoin. That's one expensive ass coin. Hardly sounds like a bit to me, but I'm on that shit because those prices are rising, baby. They're rising. They're rising like I'm not even gonna say what I want to say. They're rising like Jesus Christ. He has risen. Also, remember that anything that you hear on this program is, well, it's not fiction, is it? It's performance art. So you're gonna hear some really, some really out there sort of stuff. But I want you guys to know that how seriously you take it is up to you. You don't have to go mental from this stuff. You don't have to not go mental. It just doesn't matter. But don't take it too seriously, because we're going to go deep like we always do. We always go deep. Let me adjust this a little bit. We always go deep, but oh man, this guest, he's fire. Let's stop pumping him up and let's bring him on right now. Let's see, yeah. So let me get this little graphic up. There. He is a musical artist. As you can see, he's a rapper. And we will be talking about that as well. There we go.
And here we go.
And here we go. Predada.
Here we go.
Predada.
So I'm going to make, yeah, man.
Oh my God. Am I excited to have you on right now?
Yo, I'm excited to be on here. Thank you for having me on the show.
And this is the first time we've ever had you here on End of Days Radio. Please just tell us a little bit about yourself.
All right. So first thing I want to say is I dubbed this OSS, Operation Smelling Salts, because I'm out to wake everybody up. We've all been passed out for a very, very long time. We've been betrayed. We've been lied to since the day of our births. And I was the first one to catch the smelling salts because I had to come through the veil just like everybody else. It's complicated. We'll get into that. But, yeah, OSS. And if you're familiar with the OSS, that's the old name or one of the old names for the CIA. So, okay, let me jump into a little bit about myself. I'm going to go way back, way back. Yo, can I start at the beginning of time? Is that okay?
Yeah, you can start wherever you want, but hey, the beginning of time, that sounds like a hell of a place to start.
Yeah, because that defines me, that defines all of us. We're all intertwined at the beginning when there was nothing. And this nothing thing, you know, we could toggle that back and forth with your thoughts on it and mine, and some people want to call in if you're doing it that way. Because when we were talking a little while back, rather, my thing was, you know, well, first of all, I'm God. You're God also. Every one of you listeners is God. We all came through this veil when we were born, and we forgot, and we were told we're not, and things of this nature. But before God, there was nothing. So something had to occur, some type of mating, some type of bonding, the things that pull things together in order for God to exist. So we're talking about pre-existence. And so if you study pre-existence, what people know of it, who talk about it in depth, they'll tell you that even in pre-existence, there were things there. So, you know, trying to wrap your brain around that is the real hard part. And it's the real necessary part to understand anything that we're going through today. Because everything that's going on in this world is based on the fact that nothing exists, even down to our atoms. And I mean, during the course of me talking, feel free to jump in because you know me already. I'm long-winded. You know what I mean?
Hey, let me at least give out this number here. If you'd like to call in and connect, if you have questions, let the guest talk a little bit, of course, but it's going to be, that number is going to be 209-348-9810. Once again, that's 209-348-9810, or just add NinjaShoe777 on Skype.
So you want me to continue now?
Yeah, absolutely. Fascinating, this idea that I've always kind of thought that it's interesting how people will say we are the children of God, yet they'll get really angry if you say something like, well, wouldn't that make me like a mini god or a god to be or something like that? People get angry about that because it sounds like you're not submitting to the Lord, yet there seems to be a lot of truth to this idea of us being God.
Exactly. See, the thing is, aliens created all of us, like our physical forms that are here, but aliens answer to things above them. You know, there are interdimensional things that don't have bodies. Those are above them. Then you have, you know, things through all of our different cultures. You have jinn, you have ghosts, you have spirits. You have, you know, entities that we give names to, which come across as monsters, but they're not necessarily monsters. And so all of these things, it's like a chain of command. And this chain of command goes all the way back to what we all know in our hearts is something or someone that created all that we see here and all that we experience. And so we're told none of this exists, yet we feel it, We see it, we smell it, we touch it, we go through it. It stays with us. We have a memory. Some of us can remember back, like I was telling you, a little while back. Some of us can remember back to when we were a fetus. Some of us can remember back only to when we were like 2 years old. Some people claim to remember having other lives. And so if you keep going back, then we get to the part where you get into Egyptian, I don't want to say mythology. I don't like to use the word mythology, though I might use it. And so another disclaimer thing I'll throw in real quick is that oftentimes when I'm talking, or if you look over my life or whatever, I'm going to come across as a hypocrite. It's just what it is. Because, like, if you step outside and you say, hey, how's the weather? Okay, well, it's cold, the sky is blue, it might rain later. But if you go up into outer space, the sky is black, it's not going to rain, and it's freezing fucking cold. So, someone can say something and that not be true and be true at the same time, and that's kind of what I'm basically saying. So now, if you go back to the part where we have Inky, Ninhursag, and Lil, some of you are familiar with those names. That's in the whole Egyptian thing. You could say it goes into the Sumerian thing too, where we basically had the Anunnaki. And the Anunnaki, even though when you research me or research them, it will come across as they're this race of beings. That's not what it is. Anunnaki is a Sumerian, I don't know how to really say it. It's like when you take a root word and things of that nature and you put them together to compose something. It's supposed to basically mean those who came from up there down to here. So broken up, it would be like, say, Anu, then Na, and Ki, things like that. Like Earth, I think, is Ki. Anu is King Anu. King Anu is supposed to be one of the first Anunnaki. And Na, I think, means from there to here, or it only holds one value. And it can further be broken up, too, because I've seen it in Sumerian text where the actual words are broken up. I've even seen, I saw Illuminati in Sumerian text, but it only had one L. And I think at that point, Illu, it either meant water or it meant unknown or something like that. But if, you get into studying these things, you see that all of this kind of starts. Everything starts with King Anu, with the Anunnaki, with, again, they're not a race of beings. That's just saying, hey, we don't know who those guys are. They're like UFOs, living UFOs. Like, it's like saying, hey, that's an alien. So instead of calling them aliens back then, they called them Anunnaki. So throughout history, they've been called many different things. So if you're in Iceland, you're called one thing. If you're in China, they're called one thing. Depending on what part of history you're in, everybody has all these different languages. And it all makes it seem like we're all worshiping different beings, or they all have different names, and that there's all different ones, which there are. But just remember again, we compose these names. Some of these names were given to us by these beings because that's what they wanted us to call them. Keep that focus while we're having this discussion, because this becomes very important when we try to decipher, like you said, people being angry because it's like we're not submitting to the Lord. So we're trying to define who the Lord is and if the Lord actually has any power over us, because this becomes important in politics, in religion, in your basic relationship with anybody. I mean, like even the police. You respect the police because they carry a badge and a gun, but you're told to respect the police. You're scared of the police, actually, because they have a badge and a gun. If you really think about it, the police work for the government. The government is a corporation. A corporation is an organization that was formed by someone or something. So it's like the police actually, you could say, work for Walmart. And Walmart can send the police to your door to arrest you. But instead of them being called Walmart, they're called the United States government, the Canadian government, to this government, to that government, the deep state, to this, to that. And so they basically hold no power except that power which you give to them by means of either respect or fear. And so that goes right back to your parents. Your parents teach you when you're young to fear them. What happens when you get in trouble? They punish you. The punishment is made to hurt so that you know that this being right here in front of you that's bigger than you that this is the only one you really know so much. You know, when you're a baby, that's all you know, your mother and your father, if you have that luxury of having a mother and father. You know them to be more powerful than you. And as you grow older, you're taught, hey, this is my mother, my father, I have to do what they say. Well, why? What if you're, and I'm not trying to be funny with anybody here, but just really deeply understand what I'm trying to get at. If I say to you, what if your mother and father are drug addicts, drunks, malevolent criminals, and they're teaching you to always obey what they tell you to do? You see where this can go. So some of us were born unluxurious in that manner, and as we're growing up, we learn, hey, my parents aren't the great people I thought they were. I still love them, but truly, do you? Because love is the highest form of understanding, and you like. Hate is the highest form of understanding, and you dislike. Two very similar words, but you're on opposite ends of a spectrum. So, you know, you love your parents only because you're taught to love your parents. You love the Lord because you're taught to love the Lord. You don't even know the Lord. You've never seen the Lord. You don't believe in aliens because you're told aliens don't exist, even though the aliens are our lords. The aliens are our creators. Whatever those aliens are, whether they are interdimensionals, whether they are physical beings, whether they are a giant artificial intelligence, whether what we live inside of, which is getting into defining God, we live inside of God. These universes are actually omniverses, which are actually cell structures. We can't see them because we're inside of them. The same thing goes on inside your body, within. And the same thing goes on outside your body, which is without. You see it all around you. God has a mother and father too. Whether that mother and father be an AI, or whether that mother and father be a test tube, or actual physical or non-physical beings, God has the same thing. So, you know, tracing all of these things back, and when I say the word God, again, it's like that hypocritical thing. Because when you say God to some people are thinking alien in their head. And that's what their focus is.
Yeah, isn't
And
that
so
funny
while
how
you
that
keep
works?
talking,
Like there's this big divide between the people that kind of have this more spiritual take on things and then the people that have more of the alien take on things, and they don't necessarily have to cancel each other out.
exactly, they're right there on the same wavelength, but the thing that does cancel them out is ourselves as individuals. That's why we have all the problems we have in the world. We all came from the same exact thing. This primordial ooze, if you want to call it, of nothingness. And so now you have, okay, God, the alien, God, the spirit. God is actually, if I remember correctly, an Old Norse word, and it was originally Godr, Goder, and it's attached to that same word like good. So it's like saying God is something that's good, and it's not necessarily the name of something. It's more of a description of something. I guess that's what, an adjective, correct? And what they're basically describing is something you can't see, hear, feel, smell, touch, but you feel it and you know it's a good thing. You know, to trying to define Satan, that's another thing. I really want to, you know, while we're doing this whole thing tonight, discuss Satan, because Satan got a bad rep. And it's going to piss a lot of people off when I talk about Satan.
Ooh, I want to hear
But if
this.
anyone out there, huh?
That sounds like some juicy info.
Oh, it's going to be real juicy, because what it gets into deep stuff, like it's going to go so deep as to say, like, when the earthquake occurred in Haiti, you remember that, like, what, almost two decades ago, yeah?
Yeah.
When that happened, people heard sounds in the sky, and they attributed it to harp. And so, like me, you know, I'm biased. I think we all are, in a sense, even though I don't consider myself racist or prejudiced, we all have our biases. My bias in that example was, back then I was on MySpace. And back then, I remember Wycliffe, he had Yelly, I think forgive me if I'm messing up the name of the organization. I think it was called Yelly. And he was trying to raise money to help people in Haiti. And so he ended up caught up in an investigation of where they were saying he did this and that with the money and all this stuff like this. And I mean, I got to say like this. A short thing on Wyclef. I don't know Wyclef. I met him a long time ago. I remember I was just telling you before about the disclosure about where I've been and and I'm trying not to point out locations, but I know Wyclef's sister from a long time ago. And when I met Wyclef's sister, she introduced, this is before the Fugees came out with their album, their first album. It was like a couple of weeks before that. And then she took me and introduced me to him, and I think I got introduced to him the week after the album dropped. It might have been the week before. So I know his sister. So I know his sister's good people. And when I met him, he's not much of a talker. He's more of the type of a person to look at you and analyze you. But you can't say anything bad about him. So I can't talk about his financial situation and years later what he might have been doing. But I know how they try to undermine people when they're trying to do good things. So, for instance, I remember there was a point where he tried to become president of Haiti, and there was some things going on, and again, forgive me if I got my facts misconstrued, but it was something like he wasn't a citizen of Haiti long enough or something like that. You had to be there a certain amount of years as a citizen to become president, and there was a couple of other things holding all of that back. And so the reason I brought all of this up is back then when I was on MySpace, I was trying to get my organizations going to try to help people in Haiti. And I had, I'm sitting there, I'm a black guy, and someone who's black, you got to go by their pictures, said back to me, like, fuck you. And I'm just sitting over here, like, wow, like, where's that coming from? What's that about? And I talked to someone about it, and they were like, yo, if you only knew what people were going through in Haiti, the stuff we don't see in the different parts of the world we're in, but what's really happening over there, it's like they hate everybody right now. Now, the reason I brought Haiti up is because, again, if I get my facts misconstrued, someone out there feel free to set me straight. I'm not going to be mad, but, I've read and listened and heard what I've heard. And the thing that I understand is that Haitians, in a sense, worship Satan. The Satan that not we as Christians consider bad, but the Satan that in truth is good. Satan was Lucifer, carried the light. Knowledge is light. That's the beginning of illumination. And so this being defied God from the Bible, but what was really going on was he was coming into his own, if that even occurred. Think about it for a second, and I like to throw this at people. And I know if I'm jumping all over the place on tangents, I try not to, but I think I'm doing a pretty good job because in my head I kind of still have the whole going back to the darkness and God thing lined up. We have this Satan, this character who became this horrific bad guy in history because he didn't kneel before God one day. Like one day they were all in heaven, and it was, I guess, tradition in the morning at a meeting, I don't know, to kneel before God. And he was like, no, I'm not doing it. I don't feel that I should have to kneel before you. Why do you consider yourself better than me? And I liken it to when you turn 17, 18, and it's time for you to move out your house. Your parents are like, listen, it's my house, my rules. You're going to do what I tell you to do. I want you to do this, this, and this. You're going to be this, this, and this when you grow up. You're going to learn this, this, and this. This is the way you're going to talk. This is the way you're going to act. This is the way you're going to behave. And you're like, no, I don't agree with that. Think about this for a second. We have racism in the world. It controls everything. Racism. An institution. People get that misconstrued. Like, what is racism? It's like, oh, that's because I don't like these people over here. No, that's not what it is. Racism is when you do not like someone and do not like an entire race of someone based on a characteristic or more than one characteristic. And so you set up an institution to make sure that they can't get ahead, that they stay in a certain demographic, that they stay in a certain state of being, so that it doesn't interfere with who you are, what you believe, where you want to go in life, and the things you want to have, and your agenda. That's horrible. Prejudice is just you look at somebody and it's like, I don't like the shoes they're wearing. I don't know why they're wearing those shoes, but I'm not going to ask. I'm just not going to like their shoes. You might one day like those shoes. This happened to all of us. Nobody out there can ever say they were prejudiced about something and then later on They became unprejudiced about it. You could think about 100,000 different things, and you're going to come across something where it's like, I didn't like that before, and now I like it because I'm a little older or whatever, or understand it better. So the racism thing, which controls us, is passed down to us. You don't see little white children and little black children running around in a playground at 2 years old hating each other. You don't see that unless their parents are that adamant about it around them and they're paying that much attention to it or drawn to it while they're in the crib or in their mother's belly. Kids get along. Basically, if you let them just be kids. Hey, you want to play with my crayons? Remember we talked about the crayon thing? I think that was you I was talking to about that a couple weeks ago. Hey, you want to play with my crayon? Sure. You know, you forget about your parents. You get taken to school, your first day of school, you're scared. You're around all these people you don't know, kindergarten or whatever it is, preschool. And you're exposed to this environment that's outside of your household. You came up in this household where you were taught that these people are nasty, these people are bad, these people are ignorant, these people are whatever. They have a different religion than us. They don't do what we do. They don't have the same job that we do. God doesn't love them the way that we do, that he loves us. And so they're not, you don't want to be around them. But your parents drop you off in this soup, in this swimming pool. They throw you in the pool of everything they told you that you should not be around when you get to be around 5 years old. And people don't think about things like that. You raise these children. You talk to your children when they're in wombs. You have arguments with your folks, with your parents, with your siblings, with your spouses while you're carrying a baby around. And it's absorbing all of this. It's going from being a zygote, from being one cell, from being nothingness, from being an egg separated by sperm that joins together to become something that starts absorbing things around it at an incalculable rate. Even Echelon, which is listening to all of us as we speak, along with probably 100 other AIs that have been invented since Echelon or before Echelon, can't calculate the way children in a womb as a zygote start splitting and they start absorbing everything around them, every fucking thing. Damn me out of fluid. They're absorbing the warmth of the environment, the sounds they hear, the things going on. They have their own thoughts going on. They're trying to become a person. They become a fish. Oh my God, now they morphed into a reptile. Oh my God, now they morphed into a mammal. Oh my God, now they morphed back into this thing over here. Oh shit, should I be born with a tail or should I not be born with a tail? Am I supposed to have gills or am I not supposed to have gills? Am I supposed to be paying attention to what my mother is saying? I think that's my mother, it's a high-pitched voice. Or my father, I think that's my father, it's a low-pitched voice. You don't know. They might be sitting somewhere where somebody's discussing what we're discussing right now. Right now, there are people on the listening to this radio station who are pregnant. And they're hearing what I'm saying. They're hearing me. Think about that for a second. And they're wondering, what is that? What is he talking about? Is that real? Is that not real? And if anything that I'm saying is I don't know the word to use, is different than what they've been hearing for the last month, 9 months, 7 months, then it's messing with their head. So you got to understand, babies are like that. You can't take a baby and make it into what you want to make it into. God, we're not into the spiritual part yet. We're still with the aliens, or maybe we're God with the spiritual part. God put that baby in your belly. Your husband didn't. You didn't. God put a spirit in your belly to be sent down here to experience shit, to learn how to love, to learn how to go through things, to learn how to feel and get hurt and stand back up and become something. And all the while, we're all supposed to learn to get along. We're supposed to help each other because we live inside of God. So when you have any relative you have who's passed away from some type of disease, it was because they had a dis-ease inside their body. Things weren't getting along. And that's what we're going through here. And it's like nobody wants to understand that. I've been on Facebook. I've made albums. I've been in, TV shows, movies here and there, background, and try to, edge forward. I've tried to talk to people about it. I mean, when I was in college, I wrote a paper about the very thing we're talking about right now. And so one thing I can disclose, I'm a Sigma, Phi Beta Sigma. So when I was in college, my professor, I went into college like this program before my first year. So I wasn't considered a freshman yet. And my professor was a Sigma. I didn't know anything about Sigmas back then. When I wrote this paper about how everything is nothing and somehow we all came from that and that we live inside of God, I got a B plus on it. And I want to tell you something. I wasn't raised that way. I'm in the Illuminati. I can't talk about familial things, family stuff, like blood family type of stuff. But what I can say is the environment I was in was a mixture of Christianity, a little bit of Judaism. I say Mohammedan. I don't say Muslim. Muslim or people. See, we can get into that whole thing, and we'll have people call people. It's a touchy subject when we start talking about Islam. But I'm not here to bullshit any of you. Like I said, I'm God, and I don't just throw that out there like, hey, I'm God. And I'm not even talking about, we can get into 5% stuff too. That's a whole nother thing. I'm talking about God, the source. I'm in touch with that. God sent me here to straighten everything out, however that has to occur. Because these are the end times, and if I don't snatch all of you back the way I got snatched back, we're all screwed. All of us, souls and everything. You have in space right now a space force that's been there. This is going to get deep. I want you to understand. You should be telling your friends, your folks, your family. You should be recording this. You should be taking notes. You ain't never in your life, and I'm not even boasting. This is just what it is. And if I talk funny, it's because my teeth. Have you ever seen me on my team? I got to laugh for a second. I have bad dentistry. So I had crowns and stuff, but they broke and all that. So you'll hear me mess words up. It's like, why are you talking like that? I got like a list and all that. But
oh, you should see my teeth. It's a mess in there.
Huh?
You should see my teeth. It's just a mess.
Say it again, because the thing sounds like you're underwater kind of.
Oh, yeah, it must be a little bit of lag. I'm one of those people that has some really fucked up teeth, and I never got braces, and I never did anything about it. Just, for one thing, I didn't have the money when I was a kid, and I just felt like it gave me character.
Yeah, it does. Actually, I wish, I had never gotten braces in a sense. I had, like, some overlapping teeth. But, what they do, I praise dentists because they have the ability to make you or break you, from the minute you step in their office. I praise them, but at the same time, it seems like everyone has an agenda. And what happens with agendas is, in my circumstance, the crowns, they were made on an angle. And so when I was biting down, they would bite on the, forward part of my bottom teeth. And then after a couple of months, even though you have to use all of that stuff, that cement, I didn't get them permanently put in. Something just told me, don't get them permanently put in. So I was using the cement that would hold for like a day or two, and then you take them out, clean them, and put them back in. They broke. And so then, if any of you have ever gotten crowns, the first thing they do is they file your teeth down. But your teeth are dead because they take the nerves out. So they just start, breaking. So it's never a good thing to get a root canal. It's always just best to get your teeth pulled. I got 4 root canals in the front. And all of those teeth been a disaster since then. And so that's what you see now. If you saw me when I was younger, my teeth were mad pretty, dog. They were beautiful, like a movie star. And then I started getting older, and those other teeth, your permanent teeth, start coming in and bugging out. I should have just left it that way and just saw what happened, because a lot of money got spent at the dentist. So, okay, so where was I at? I think it was on racism. I kind of jumped off I forgot exactly where I was at. Let me jump back on the racism thing. So you have these children, they come from God. God put them there in your body, and we all are sent here from God to do this specific job. You have right now a Space Force that's been around since, I'm going to say, if you want to take it back to the Nazis, the Space Force has been around. Let's go pre-Nazi. Let's go Germany, 1850. And I'm not joking around when I would say, and you can have callers. If anybody got balls out there, because I got big balls. Really, really, they're ginormous. Like the shit I'm going to talk about tonight, another disclaimer I got to do. I've talked to people where they were like, yo, bro, but you be talking about the Illuminati disclosing secrets. No, I'm not disclosing secrets. Anything I talk about, you can probably pretty much research online. So it's not a secret anymore. The thing that happens is you got to do what's that word that you use in intelligence, and I should know because I use it all the time. I'm gonna say cleanup. There's a better way to say it. Okay, you probably know the word. You know how when something goes wrong and you gotta damage control. There it is. I do damage control along with a whole slew of other things. I run over 3,000 organizations for the Illuminati. It's way more than that, but I can only say 3,000 right now. So damage control is there's all this stuff online about the Illuminati, and most of it's not true. And so my job is to come in like a counterintelligence agent and basically do cleanup to let you guys know what the truth is. But you're not going to believe me because you know I'm counterintelligence, or you might think I am. I mean, by the end of the show, you won't know what the fuck I am. But everything I'm telling you is the truth. So I'm not disclosing secrets. I'm trying to set things straight. And the second part of it is, like I said, that's my job. My job in the Illuminati is to tell you that I am. And I hate that job. I hate it because it has such a bad rep. So when I first started disclosing it to people, they were like, huh, you're in, back off from me. And so, there's a lot of people that didn't want to hear nothing I had to say. And I have enough troubles in my life. Dude, I'm black. I'm a male. I didn't finish college. We could go on and on about the handicaps I have as an individual before I even throw in there. And, oh, yeah, by the way, I'm in this organization that most of you think runs the world and is fucking it up real bad.
When you told it to me, when you told me you were in the Illuminati, when you said that to me, I was like, let's book a freaking date.
It's some deep shit, bro. So now, what was that thing? Oh, yeah, Nazi, Germany, 1850. And remember, I'm jumping all over the place. I still got to do the thing about defining God and defining the nothingness to work our way back to that, talking about our division as people or whatever. So 1850 Germany, you have, I think back then, I'm going to fuck up the pronunciation. Anybody who's a part of it, forgive me, or whatever. The Thule Society, Thule. You had the Drill Society, and you had a number of other ones that people to this day don't know exist. Not even a lot of skinheads, not even a lot of white supremacists, not even a lot of Nazis. That exists overseas and in the Americas, and you can't become a part of it till you get way the fuck up there. So now, going to 1850, they were already traveling to the moon. Everybody at NASA knows it. That's why we did this disclaimer. I think you did the disclaimer already, right? About NASA and all. You did that disclaimer where we're saying everything is hypothetical, right?
Yeah. I kind of let everybody out there know that the things that they're hearing, it's on them how much they're gonna read into it.
Oh, okay, cool. So I just laid out there. So we have NASA, who, by the way, is a bunch of Nazis who got together, came over on Operation Paperclip, and were working with the United States government to form NASA, along with the National Security Council, along with the Central Intelligence Agency, which was already OSS before that, and which was the Coordinator of Information before that, or rather OCI. Going back to BMI, which is really MIB. BMI was the Bureau of Military Information back in like 18-something in the United States. It was the first intelligence organization in the United States, or Formal One, which became MIB, which we know what MIB is today. People call it Men in Black, but that's not what it is. If you look into me, they say Multiversal Intelligence Bureau, Majestic Intelligence Bureau goes into the Majestic 12 stuff. I mean, we got a whole lot of stuff to talk about, bro. This might take like several shows. So, when you get visited by MIBs, you're getting visited by people who technically aren't alive anymore. They're likely from the United States government that pre-exists the government that we have here, because as you all know, the government that we're dealing with right now is not a government, it's a corporation. It's a corporation no different than Walmart that controls these grounds and is owned and controlled by people from all over the globe. Unlike the United States government that we originally had, which was people came here from other countries, all kinds of people. We had Knights Templars, we had Africans were here. Nobody wants to talk about people leave out the black people. I guess it's good that I'm black because I can discuss a lot of black stuff that people don't know. So black people came here. We weren't just on boats floating around in Africa. We've been here before too. Before the continent split and got back together probably umpteen times in the course of these billions of years of Earth's history. You can look that up in Google under supercontinents, and you'll see that everything used to be one continent, split off and came several, came back together. That kept happening. So you got to say to yourself, well, who was the first people billions of years ago? Yeah, a lot of them did look like amphibians or reptiles over time, like in what's that TV show, Land of the Lost? Me and you didn't discuss Land of the Lost ever, did we?
No, but that's funny because that show, I think it has some serious truth in it with the slee stacks and all that.
Exactly. Then remember that head sleeve stack, he could actually talk to them, and he had red eyes, and he was trying to open dimensional portals so that they could go back to their realm. Remember that?
I've only seen like the reruns, but yeah, I do recall something like that. Like they had some kind of technology or something like that.
Yeah, dude, he had crystals. He had yeah, okay. I don't know if it's good or bad that didn't see all that part, but I know there's people out there who grew up with Land of the Lost, the old one, not the one with Will Ferrell, though I like that one too. But in the old one, you had this one flea stack. This dude walked around with some cool ass garb when the other flea stacks they were wearing like grass skirts. And so he could actually talk to them in his head, telepathically. I don't think his lips ever moved. Maybe sometimes he did. But he had this thing shaped. Oh, I'm gonna mess it up. It's like imagine like Stonehenge, but the stones together. I don't think they were pyramidal. They were something like a Stonehenge put together, and you go inside of it, and it was this stone table where he had these crystals standing up, and he could manipulate these crystals and open up holographic time portals. So he kept asking them during the course of many seasons or whatever it was, where are you guys exactly from? Where are you trying to go? Like, what time did you leave? Because I don't want to put you back in the wrong time. He saw when they came through the cave and they went over this waterfall, they dropped into another dimension, which is the dimension where Land of the Lost occurs. And so all of this was telling you way back then that humans didn't look like humans. They looked like reptiles with horns on their head. Look at that. Horns on their head. Reptiles. So this is the guy who could talk to them in English telepathically, a lizard with red eyes. And eventually he got them home in the show. I don't want to spoil it for any of you in case you didn't watch the old one, but he gets them home eventually through the portals. And so you have 1850 pre-Nazi Germany, where you have all these different societies, and we can go a lot further back because we can go billions of years back and deal with UFOs of various types and Brahmanas and things of that nature. But just sticking right around that time frame, they were already putting people on the moon. And that's, I want to say either Hitler was a little kid, 1850. I mean, am I wrong? Hitler was like not even born yet in 1850, right?
Uh, Not sure about that. I'd have to check his birthday, but he'd at least be a little kid.
Yeah. So this is, these people were already designing craft or had craft that they were utilizing. And by the time Hitler, I guess we'll do a real short and we could jump back to Hitler and everything. Because I still want to talk about the dark and God and all of that stuff. And racism. We were on racism. So I guess I'll work my way back that way. So the real short part, before we jump back to Hitler later or something. Hitler was a little kid. That would be getting into the whole alleged house of Rothschild and all those things. But we'll just say he traveled around. Hitler wasn't what people thought he was. Hitler was a well-traveled, a well-educated, very deeply spiritual person who, we'll say, had an agenda, and maybe his agenda wasn't good, but it wasn't like he was some idiot who was just racist and wanted to kill, the Jews and other people and take over the world. It wasn't that simple. And so when he kind of came into being and he got out there and started speaking on podiums and whatever, and people were listening to them, it's because he had already, to the best of my knowledge, been to Tibet, had become a member of several secret societies in Tibet, remembering that in Tibet, in the mountains, are aliens. the first kings and queens that sat on a throne, if any queens back then did, I think it was all kings, that sat on a throne in Tibet, sat on the thrones in Tibet for hundreds of thousands of years each, or at least 100,000 years each. Those were aliens, and that's what's there today. That's why Russia and China are always screwing with the monks over there. Like I said, you guys want to be telling your friends and family and folks and all that to listen to the show right now, because the stuff we're going to be discussing, it's probably never been discussed in this level of detail. And so, though all of this is hypothetical, it may really be true. So let's continue from there. So this guy, was speaking to people. That's how he was able to draw everybody. You got to draw a correlation. I've seen people do it where they say, Obama's like Hitler. Because Obama, you could have an issue with the man. He could get up there and start talking to you. And then next thing is like that chicken. I forgot that name. That chicken in that cartoon where he made all of the women when he started singing. You remember that cartoon where he was singing and he made all the female chickens just like fall in love with him?
Oh, I vaguely remember something like that.
Yeah, I can't. Leghorn, not Foghorn, Leghorn. That's not it. He had this name, but that's like Obama. Obama get up there and he's like, yeah, we should all get along because of this, this, and this, and God this, and we should this, and countries this, and our relationship this, and this, and this. And by the time Obama finishes speaking, I don't think there's pretty much anybody who can at least agree with a lot of stuff he said.
Yeah, he was definitely a very good speaker. I remember a lot of people almost had like they looked at him like he was a messiah or something. Like there's all this talk of everything's going to change, and I believed in it myself. I voted for Obama, and I was all excited for him.
Exactly, and that's the same thing that happened with Hitler. A lot of people don't understand that. They think that over there in Germany at that point in time, that there was just maybe like a lot of racist people running around. A lot of Caucasian people will say, have this thing with them that if they're racist, it's because they're supposed to be, because the white man is supreme. That's not what it's about. That's not what even Hitler discovered. What it is that the German people at that point in time were getting stepped on by their neighbors. And so they needed someone like Hitler to come along and say, listen, we're not what they're trying to make us out to be. Remember this. And I'm not trying to be funny, but the one thing you can study, anybody out there, you got to know words. You got to know different languages. I mean, language, if you're a racist, know the language of the people you hate. Hate is a funny thing. Hate is something that can become love, like, in a split second. Like, there was the Jeffersons, the TV show The Jeffersons. I remember this one. There was a KKK meeting. If you ever seen this one, you ever watched The Jeffersons?
Oh man, that's a classic show. Wasn't that a spinoff of All in the Family?
I don't know if it was a spinoff of it. That part I don't know. But I can tell you this, Weezy and George, and they were, living in the hotel, up in the sky, nice building. He was a dry cleaner. And on one of the shows, he had gone to this meeting downstairs in his building. I think it was in his building. And he didn't understand that it was a KKK meeting. Nobody told him. And they didn't understand. Yeah, bro. he didn't know how he got invited, and neither did they.
It's funny that they even had a show like that back then. It's like, how did they get away with that? That's just wild.
Right. And so he's sitting in the meeting and check the craziness that happened. And it's just so funny how we have all these. We can look at these shows today, and no matter who you are, you can kind of laugh or feel whatever, but you got to respect what they did.
Yeah.
So this is what they did in the show. They had I think it was a Grand Dragon who was there. I might be wrong. If you ever see the episode, again, call in and talk and correct me if I'm wrong. But this episode, this guy had something like a heart attack or something, and he passed out on the floor. And so George knew CPR. You see where this is going, right? He runs up on him and starts giving him mouth to mouth, pumping his heart. So this guy comes to. Other people around, if I remember, I was little, but other people around, I remember they were like, oh, oh, okay, he brought him back to life or whatever. The guy's looking at him, he's like, what the fuck are you doing by me? He's like, man, you acting like that, I just saved your life? He's like, I got saved by a nigger? You should have just let me fucking die. If no one's ever seen that show, if you could just picture what I just said, just think about that for a second. I know people who are white supremacists. I have white supremacists. You know, you can never truly use the word friend, but you know what I mean. And so I know people who, we've discussed things of that nature, and they're like, yo, if I was drowning and a black guy tried to save my life, I'd rather drown. And I know some who are like, I would rather live. It wouldn't change how I feel about black people, but that particular person, I wouldn't have any grudges toward them. But they put this thing in the show to just show you, like, the extreme. And if you remember the Jeffersons, bro, that was like what? That was like the 80s. Am I bugging right now? That was like the 80s, right?
Yeah, if not 70s.
If not the 70s. And they're putting this giant message in there. Like, dude, you know, we go through life. We're here for like 60, 70, 80 years. Some of us not that long, some of us a little longer. And we utilize that time to figure out how we can fuck shit up, destroy the world, hate each other, and form opinions about things. We don't know shit. Not one of us, not me, not the Illuminati, not nobody. I don't give a fuck what secret society, what no society, what church or whatever anybody is from. You're here 70 years, 80 years. The person before you, same thing. They don't know much more than you did. Aliens have been around, some of them since the beginning of time. They're almost, you can't calculate the beginning of time. The more recent ones, you know, the ones that visit us and they say have collusions with the government, they've been around for at least hundreds of thousands of years. That's how long they live, typically, as long as they don't get in a car accident or something. And so they still will tell you, we don't know shit. So you got to understand, you're wasting time. When you walk through life and you behave like that, there's so much you could have experienced and gained, because I don't care what your pastor tells you in church. We're going to get deep, folks. We're going to get deep. I don't care what your pastor tells you. I don't care what your parents tell you. I don't care what your college professor tells you. I don't care what your best friend tells you. I don't care what the crack pipe you're smoking tells you. The heroin you just took, hooked up, whatever, cocaine you just sniffed. I don't care what no one or no thing, not even weed. I don't care what the weed tells you. You don't know shit. The weed don't even know shit. Weed been around a long time. I'm trying to be funny right now, right? It's true though, plants think. Don't think they don't think. Don't know shit. You're just wasting time with all the bullshit. So now, I'm going to reel myself back in, coming backwards. Hitler was like, hey, German people, we need to band together because the people around us don't like us. The word German, the root of it is germ. What do you know you're taught about germs? Tell me. Just your short thoughts on it.
Well, germs spread.
Are they good or bad?
Bad. Well, I don't know about that. That's a hard question to answer.
Yeah, it is. Because you can say wheat germ, the germ of the seed, or you can utilize germ and say germ, the thing we know, things that spread that are bad. And so we have these people, they're called Germans. So now let's all be Caucasian right now for a second. Everybody out there listening, we're all white. We're all in Europe. We're all in 1850s Europe, where Germany is surrounded by the Netherlands, by Iceland, by Greenland, by Norway, by Portugal, by Spain, by 1850s. Was that the Soviet Union, or was that Russia back then, or was that still kingdoms, whatever that was back then? And so everyone back then understood, unlike today, unlike what is taught in American schools, or rather not taught in American schools, you don't really get a chance to study prefixes and the roots of words. We just take words and do whatever the fuck we want with them, like it's okay to do, and it's not okay to do. Everything comes from something. That's what I was saying earlier. Words, everything comes from something, no matter what language it's in. And so when you are called a German, why did they call them Germans? Were they calling them Germans because they were saying they were the founding seed, which is what Hitler taught his people? Or were they saying Germans because they were despised and they're dirty and they're nasty? And that's what the people around them thought. Remember, right now we're all white. We're all in 1850s Europe, and we're looking at this country with these people that we call Germans. We call them Germans maybe because we don't like them, and we've cast our people from our society right over there. And what do they all have in common? Mostly black hair or brown hair, dark eyes. Everyone's always asked through history, how would this little man with black hair and brown eyes have this fascination with creating a blonde-haired, blue-eyed being that's supposed to be the greatest thing in the universe when he didn't even have that? So he really was racist against himself, if that's the case, and should have, had himself put to death along with everybody else? Because he didn't have blonde hair and blue eyes. But the understanding was that that's not what it was about. And so he was trying to uplift his people and say, hey, guys, we come from the core of everything. Our ancestors come from out there. Look up in the sky, out there. And so no matter what everyone is saying around us in these other countries, we are the supreme beings. It's kind of like if you've ever seen a Malcolm X, can I use the word sermon? Am I wrong? If I'm wrong, I'm sorry. Sermon. Or if you've ever heard Farrakhan speak or any of these things, it's like you have to kind of sort of, when you have a race of people who just came out of slavery, right now we're talking about black people, just came out of slavery, half of us back then, nobody talks about it, were on coke. Because in order to get slaves to work at plantations, a lot of the plantations sold cocaine. Even the police departments, before they were called police, they sold cocaine to black people to get them to come work at their plantations. And some black people back then would not work on these slave plantations unless they were able to have access to cocaine. They got them strung out, no different than pimps do to their hoes. And you got to draw the correlation of how fucked up that is, because we can all laugh at and in some way, shape, or form love the whole pimp, Mac, hustler, whole thing when it becomes someone who's wealthy and they got a whole lot of holes all over the globe. And women tell me, yeah, I'm one of his bottom bitches, But it's really not funny if you really think about it, because before there was any of that, there were black men who were strung out on coke, who would work your fucking field all day, build your empire, and don't remember the shit at the end of the night every night. And just either they had something to eat or didn't. Maybe it didn't really even matter, because anyone who's ever done coke, and bro, I'm keeping it real. I've smoked woolies. I talk about it in my song. Weed mixed with cocaine is cooked up. The shit's not a joke. I've never done crack, even though some people will tell you that coke is crack. Two totally different things. Crack, you mix alcohol or something else with it instead of just water. So I'm not going to sit here and describe a whole cooking process, but anybody who knows what I'm talking about knows that's the truth. That was the difference between the 70s and, say, Richard Pryor, when people were doing bass. That was called free bass back then. You were using water and so on and so forth and purifying the cocaine and then doing it, to these days when people were just experimenting, like, I wonder what will happen if you do this. So when you're sniffing coke, when you smoke it in your weed or whatever the case is, you don't have an appetite. So only imagine some black slaves at whatever point in time we're talking about, 16, 17, 1800s, whatever, and the end of the night comes and all they have is some pork innards, if that, and they don't really have much of an appetite anyway because they're trying to come down from being high. They really just want some more coke. And so, yeah, the pimp and whole stuff, it's not funny because it started out with a bunch of black people being slaves like that. And so when you draw the correlation back to Germany at that point in time, German people were getting treated like shit by their neighbors. So they needed a Hitler. And so I brought up Farrakhan and Malcolm X to say, when you're talking to a people who've been beaten the fuck down badly, they're laying on the ground, nose bleeding, they don't know if they can get up, you're counting 1 to 10, or somebody's doing the 10 count, and you need them up before that 10 count, you got to overemphasize things. You got to say, hey, listen, we're supreme people on the earth. Nobody is better than us. We come from aliens. We need to take over the world, make motherfuckers respect us, and then Germany will be strong again. Doesn't it sound like make America great again?
Yeah,
Same shit.
what's interesting about Farrakhan is he has a lot of detractors, but for some reason I've always had like this weird inner feeling like I admire him on some level because he actually has the balls to tell people the flat out truth.
Yeah, it's a difficult thing to do. You know, when I talk to people, we draw these things. Here's the thing that people don't like to talk about. And again, like I told you, with having me on the show, you can ask me anything. Some things I won't be able to tell you because they're classified or whatever. Some things people hold as secrets. But I do not think it's a secret that people ask and ask and ask, how is Farrakhan here when Elijah Muhammad isn't here anymore and when Malcolm X isn't here anymore? And people, because I've heard it, I don't know if you see it, they'll be, okay, well, he's working with the government or this or that, and he's this, and that's why he's still alive because, no one is untouchable. Nobody. You can go to another planet right now and you're not untouchable. From any major government on this earth, you're not untouchable. They'll take out the whole world and they have the power to do it. So he's here for some reason, be it good or bad, be it a collusion or a no collusion. But like you just said, you got to respect the man because through it all, by the grace of Allah, by the grace of God, by the grace of whoever, he tells you the truth. And see, that's the problem. Nobody respected back then, which is why we don't have a Malcolm X. Imagine a Malcolm X right now. Dude, imagine a Martin Luther King Jr. right now. You know what? This is going to sound really fucked up, but I want you to understand this. I want you to really think about this for a second, everybody. Imagine if Hitler was still, he is, or he isn't, just that whole hypothetical stuff, right? But let's just say, imagine Hitler was still alive right now and still speaking. Do you think, I'm going to ask you the question, I hope some listener calls in at some point and goes into this part, like this question I'm going to ask you. Do you think today, in today's society, with the things we know, with the depth of what he would have studied, because Hitler's at the core of the Illuminati, as you know it from Adam Weishaupt, do you think Hitler would still be a racist today?
Oh boy, that's a really tough question. I mean, there's a lot of people that will tell you Hitler was not even racist at all, and
Right.
that doesn't really totally make sense either because of what was going on. I mean, you have that famous story of, I believe his name was Jesse Owens. He went to Germany and he says he was treated in a really great way, and there was way more racism in the United States. So, but then again, you have the whole blonde-haired, blue-eyed supremacy type of thing. So, can you really say that it wasn't racist? So, I don't really know. It's just such a tough question because of all the different people saying different things, and there seems to be flat out evidence of some things, and then lack of evidence of other things. So it's hard to say. I mean, isn't everybody a little bit like racist subconsciously? I mean, if you want to be like completely honest, there's something to that too. So I really don't know. There's so much racial tension, and a lot of people are fake too. Like some of these white people that they try so hard to act like they're black allies, but they act all guilty, and you can tell it's just fake. Like they're not really comfortable with black people. So that's a really complicated question.
I love how you answered that. I love how you answered that because the beginning of it was the best part. When you said, was he even really racist? Because some people say not. And so let's I'm gonna go back to the God in the beginning of things and the racism, the baby in your belly, and all that stuff like that thing. But kind of pulling it back right from there, when you deal with overemphasizing to a people to make them greater people, how great they are. I mean, is that even racism? Like, if I say, okay, well, again, if we go by it being an institution, where racism these days is an institution, there are people who hold power. They have the power to make it such that you get nowhere in life your entire life. They have the power to stop your breathing that same day. They have the power to make you live 1,000 years longer. We have those technologies, or forever almost, if not forever. And so when it becomes an institution, like, okay, if Hitler was alive today, let's imagine Hitler being in control of the world. And let's imagine him being more settled, which is what you find, like, what the things that I know, which is, I'll say it, like I said before, there's a lot of things that people who are white supremacists, who are racist, who are KKK, who are skinheads, who are whatever they are, because there's thousands of organizations, if not millions, of different ones. There's stuff you don't know about that exists way above KKK and all these things like this, where people get more mellowed out. When you need to control an entire globe, you kind of leave skin color to the side. You kind of leave history, not so much genetics, but kind of sort of genetics to the side. I said not so much, but kind of sort of, because in order to control the world, it's like controlling a farm. This is a big farm. And so on this farm, you know, I wanted to say you have some goats, E-I-E-I-O, right?
No, I don't disagree with
You
that at
remember that,
all.
right?
What's that?
Old McDonald.
Oh, yeah.
It's funny
I
too
get the
because
analogy though. I
maybe that's
totally
a
get
whole,
it.
maybe Old McDonald's a whole racist song. If you really pick it apart, you might find some stuff in there. So you have on this farm, you know, these animals, and you have to breed them, and you know you can't mate the sisters with the brothers and stuff like that, or you'll have deformed chickens. You can't give these eggs to people. So you have to control all of those things. So maybe as a farmer, you don't even like chickens, but the way you treat those chickens is going to be beautiful from the perspective of the chickens, because you want to make sure they lay the beautiful eggs that you're going to sell to people. So only imagine being a white supremacist right now, and say you're 18, 19, 20, maybe even 30. We can go older than that, but I don't want to get into the hundreds of years old white supremacists that are still running around, who are Nazis, who never died in Germany during the war, and Hitler made them super people. We're not going to get into that right now. We're going to stick with, you don't like niggers. They fucking suck. They're lazy, they're this, they're that, whatever your excuses are for disliking black people. And we're going to move it to 20 years later when you're a congressman and you have to run the United States, especially 20 years from now. Imagine how the United States is going to be. Let's not get into the whole, oh, it's going to be too many black people or too many white people or anything like that or whatever. But I'm just saying, you're in a state of mind now. You're married, you have children. Your children have to go to school with black people, black little kids. You have no control over your kids, which is going back to the whole baby in the womb thing. When I was saying you drop your kids off at school, 5 years old, and you're like, hey, you just finished teaching them up until the point of being 5 years old that, you know, not to like certain people in certain groups, but now you drop them off at a place with them. Only imagine the craziness that's going on in your child's head. That's why they're scared. So it's like you throw them in the forest and you told them not to like lions, tigers, and bears. Oh, my. So now you got this congressman, you know, appointment, and you have to, you know, appease a whole state of people. And so you can't pick and choose. You know, we have a lot of racist congressmen and senators and things of this nature, but you kind of got to lay back, like, you know, I'm for the people. And though I favor this view more than this view, overall, I need my state to come out on top. If your state comes out on top, you come out on top and you move up. One day you might want to be president. So you could be a hateful motherfucker, but you can't let it show so much. And in the whole act, remember, I'm an actor also. If any of you have studied me at all, I do acting. I haven't had any big parts or anything like that yet, but I've been trying, you know, but that gets into there's a whole bunch of bullshit in the music industry and acting industry and all that stuff like that. You know, like I saw I saw the Zion thing. I didn't get a chance to listen to it, where the title of it was that he was discussing like the Illuminati rap game and things of this nature. So I don't know what it was about. But all of these things are intertwined in it. So okay, you're a congressman, and you have the state you got to run, and falling back and acting so many hours of your day, being around, you know, different people. When you go to, you know, if you're a senator, you go to senatorial meetings, congressional meetings, whatever. You're around black people from other states, and you have to talk to them. And some of those states, if we get into the whole like red and blue thing, they might be red and you're red, or they're blue and you're blue. And so the skin color has to go out the window for a second. You know, where they come from, their heritage, all this stuff has to kind of go out the window, because every day you have to do business with these people to get where you're trying to go for your personal agenda, for your political agenda, for the agenda of your family. Remember, while you're there at work each day, your little 5-year-old, 10-year-old, 15-year-old boy or girl, and we all know how we feel about our daughters, is in school around a bunch of niggas. Look at that. And you have no control over how your child feels while they're at school, what they're experiencing, what they're going through. They come home with their bullshit every day. Maybe they want to wear hoop earrings. Maybe they're listening to Jay-Z. Maybe they're listening to Wu-Tang Clan. I had to do two extremes right there. You know, maybe this isn't a black thing, by the way, you know, wearing their pants hanging off their ass or something. And you got to straighten them out. It's like, how do you straighten that shit out? They're going back to school tomorrow. So you're a congressman and you're trying to, you got this whole, I used to be a heavy racist. I'm still kind of a heavy racist, but I can't let it show so much. I got to make this more a thing where I get along with everybody. That act becomes part of you, no matter what you do. If you ask any actor, you can ask Dwayne Johnson right now, is there any part of his normal daily activity where he falls into one of his characters from one of his movies? And I bet you he'll tell you it happens to him at least once a day, every day. It's happened to me. I wasn't even a fucking set character in anything. You kind of fall into a little character for a second, or something you're doing reminds you of when you acted out this thing. So you're a congressman, you're going to work, and you're acting like you're not racist. You can't let that shit show, and it starts to become a part of you. And when things start to become a part of you, you start to examine them. Why am I racist in the first place? Is that even good for me? Fuck me. Is that good for my kids? My fucking kids are coming home every day, pants hanging off their ass, wearing hoop earrings. You know, one of their best friends is black. I don't fucking like niggers. What the fuck is going on in this goddamn country? I gotta change it. Oh, I gotta chill because I'm a congressman. I can't let it show to my kids. I can't let it show to anybody. And you're burning up inside, and something's gotta give. It's you trying to grow past the bullshit. We can all dislike each other. If you're gonna dislike somebody, dislike them because they're a fucking asshole. Don't dislike somebody because they came out of the oven darker than you. By the way, nobody likes that bullshit about black people who are left in the oven longer. That's some fucked up shit. You ever hear that one? That's some fucked up shit. It's melatonin or melanin, whatever you want to call it, versus not as much. We all are black in this dimension. That's a whole other thing we got to get into, bro. Please don't. I hope you're taking notes too.
Well,
because I'm dropping all of this shit and I'm going to forget later.
One thing that I have been noticing a lot lately is, and you kind of alluded to this earlier, where it's like black people say that they're the Jews, white people say that they're the Jews, Arabic people say that they're the Jews, and they'll argue over the color of the skin of Christ. And there's a lot of like, some people say, okay, well, black people are superior because they got more melanin. And then, you know, you'll hear white people talk about Rh negative blood, and you'll hear Asian people say they're descendant from the sun, and you'll hear all kinds of stuff like that. But I just wonder, like, you know, what is truth and what is just like us wanting to believe ourselves to be kind of like special to feed our egos?
And let me drop it right in there. Here you go. And I was going to talk about it later, but we could talk about it now because I keep opening up these cans of worms and then jumping other stuff, right? Dude, okay, we live inside of God, right? Just keep that in your mind. Now, your body is multifaceted. Your body, everybody's body is multifaceted. So, this is going to get really deep. Do not get offended. Nobody get offended by anything I ever say. I'm just speaking to you facts, even though this is hypothetical, because that's a disclaimer. That's all it is. These are facts. Fact. We live in a dimension that has a sun, multiple suns. Our bodies react to the sun to produce D3 that allows us to utilize calcium. If we don't do that, then the calcium becomes rocks in our, I think it's gallbladder, bladder stones. So when you discern between black people and white people, some people that are white, they're like milky white. Some people that are black, they're like really, really, really black. So when you discern between them, you got to know and understand when a black man steps out into the sun, his body is instantly producing D3, like in a crazy, crazy amount to take this calcium and break it down. So then if you're Caucasian and you step out into the sun, because A, you don't have as much melanin or melatonin, because they keep changing the word or whatever, in your skin, you're more likely to get burned by the sun. Here's what happened. White people do not come from this dimension. That's what Hitler learned. That's what was interesting. It's kind of like when you go in the caves and you go cave diving. Have you ever been cave diving?
Oh, I don't have the balls for anything like that. That sounds. I've always wanted to try diving, but that. Oh man, I could just imagine it like collapsing in on me, or sharks, or not for me.
All that stuff you see those movies with the aliens or whatever, the hybrid shit that's in the caves, it's all real true. Every movie is true because either the Illuminati makes the movies or non-Illuminati makes the movies, and so every movie, we can go deeper into that another time too. Every movie has its own form of truth. So when we put that movie out there and you see it's called The Cave and they go in there and these monsters, that shit is true. So now, when you go into a cave and you find animals that nobody knew existed before, they're not dark, they're white, because there's no light in that cave. There's no sun penetrating there. So these individuals, these organisms had to learn how to survive without something that will give them the ability to cause D3 to happen in their bodies so that they can digest calcium. So something else had to occur because of the lack of the radiation to allow them to produce whatever it might be. And you don't hear these things discussed in science stuff, like, school or whatever. Like, we know D3. Everybody knows D3. They put it in your fucking orange juice when it ain't supposed to be there, your calcium and all of that stuff. So you have more of it because we sit in office buildings all day and don't get enough fucking sun. So imagine animals that live in caves. It's like, how are they surviving if they aren't getting D3? Because their bones should be like brittle or not have bones at all, but a lot of them have bones. So now we have a sun here. Entities that come from this particular dimension that were made in this particular dimension of things from it or to reside here are black. Entities that come from a different dimension that does not have the sun that we have, nor the stars, the particular stars that cause that type of reaction, those entities are either translucent, milky skins. This should sound very familiar to a lot of you who study all of this stuff about the Nordics and everything like that. Milky skinned, transparent, or they're white. It has nothing to do with supremacy, nothing whatsoever. Aliens made all of us. Those aliens, some of them come from other dimensions. They brought with them their tools, the DNA necessary to create beings here to do work for them here, maybe on this particular planet or on other planets. Don't think for a minute, I don't give a fuck what your pastor tells you. I don't care what Queen Elizabeth tells you, the president. I don't care if God talked to you last night in your dreams. Don't think for a second that these entities did not come here for the purpose of creating things that would work for them and slave for them, or just for the fuck of making it. And so they're not from here, they're from another dimension. They come here, they create something. They don't grab anything from this dimension because they just don't fucking want to. And lo and behold, they create a person who's going to come back and be Caucasian. Because you have no need, zero need, according to them, to have melanin in your skin. Maybe they're not the smartest individuals. So we're not saying that Caucasian people come from unintelligent aliens, though that can be the case, and thus they are unintelligent. We're saying that the alien group maybe didn't think they were going to have Caucasian people here for that long. Don't think that we're not, which is why I brought up the whole don't listen to your pastor or God or whatever. Don't think that the same thing you see here on this planet does not exist everywhere else throughout God's body. This omniverse, there are many omniverses. Don't listen to the bullshit that there's a multiple universes that create multiverses, but at the top of all of this, there's an omniverse. There's more than that. Kind of like when you were watching Men in Black, and at the end of the movie, I know everybody remembers this, when they opened a locker, and everybody was like giant outside, there were more aliens. Remember that?
Yeah, the thing with the marbles.
Yeah. And they go there in this locker, and he opens the door for the locker, and he looks out, and it's like they're in a locker to a subway station.
Yeah.
A train station or something, right? Or an airport. It was like an airport with a bunch of aliens there to show you that our world is just a small, almost insignificant part of something bigger, and that theirs probably is too. It just keeps going like that. There's the macro, and then there's the micro. So now, with all of that said, we exist here, and we all exist on other worlds. And it just so happens that whoever created what later became Caucasian people, we're not talking about Chinese people yet, because that's a whole crazy mixture in itself. I think what we really want to talk about is if we want to go Icelandic, just like that. If we want to go back to, because I think me and you discussed this briefly, the father of Odin being Bor, the father of Bor being Beri, which would be Odin's grandfather. That's correct, right? Grandfather. And so Beri was found in ice, looked out of the ice by the cow. So if you study Nordic mythology, I think that is, that's what you'll find. That there was this being. Remember we talked about that, right? Where we talking about how the movies are made.
Yeah,
like,
Captain America and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, man. And so when you sit there and understand that we all are different and placed in this place by something else for some purpose, and that there is one extreme and another extreme. So, for instance, if you really analyze Chinese people, well, everybody on Earth used to be black. That's one thing. However, that's not completely true, because it depends on how many billions of years you go back. Because there are points in time that different alien groups were here and seeded the Earth, just like we're doing right now, that nobody wants to talk about, how we seed other planets. So with that seeding going on, you have Caucasian people throughout the universe. That's why we have Nordics who came here, who colluded with Hitler, and Hitler was like, yo, I have my proof right here. We're the supreme beings because, look, these my niggas right here, they from outer space, dog, and they ain't black. So don't believe the hype. White people are aliens. We're supreme beings. We come from outer space, from other dimensions and all kind of shit. And look at these cool-ass rides we got. You gotta love these UFOs. Who got that shit? So that's what he was preaching, and everybody was like, yeah, Hitler's the man. We want him in power. That's how he rose to power so quickly, along with having studied in Tibet and having the support of all these different people, including every government on the face of the earth, because he was a member of several secret societies that had nothing to do with Tibet. And those secret societies had already spread across the globe. This was a global agenda, World War II. So, yeah, when you listen to Jews, forgetting the whole white and black thing, but free Israel, remember we discussed, I'm going to discuss that. I had said to myself I wouldn't, because this is how I know. Like, I don't give a fuck. I'm not scared of nobody. I don't fear anybody, but I'm intelligent enough to know that you try to adjust things you do and things you say according to what your agenda are. And my agenda is to take over the world, in case anybody didn't know by now, because I know CIA, NSA, Homeland Security, FBI, FSB, KGB, Mossad, all of them, they all understand me. They've known me for a long time. Long time. That my goal is to take over the earth and get rid of the bad people. Just like that. Anything bad goes. From mosquitoes and fleas all the way up to who or what the fuck ever. Because I'm God. This is my body. I astral projected myself here inside of my body to save myself. The same way that your spiritualist tells you to meditate. Go to the part of your body that's giving you ailment and correct it. And when you do that, if you do it correctly, you'll find that you're being born. Maybe you won't ever know until you die. A lot of us, when we die, we'll find that we're not dying. We're just coming out of hibernation. We're coming out of meditation. We're coming out of astral projection. Jesus astral projected himself here. He told everybody that. That's how he was able to walk on water. That's how he was able to take nails through his hands, because the shock alone, stop and think, if any portions of the Bible are true, then Jesus should have passed out from shock. The first nail that went through his hand or through his feet. Tell me I'm lying.
No, that makes perfect sense.
So all of the following scripture, which is him having discussions with people while he's up on the cross, and Father, why hast thou forsaken me? That should not have taken place if he was really here. He wasn't really here. He was an alien. So, touching on it briefly, we'll say it like this. Skin color doesn't matter. Jesus wasn't really Jesus. He was Esau. Esau wasn't really Esau, because if you look up Esau, it's E-S-A-U. So you can get into an argument with, I'm going to say Mohammedans because they follow Muhammad. I'm not going to say Muslim because Muslim is a people. I like to use Mohammedans. I'm not trying to offend anybody, and that shouldn't really. But the whole thing will come into play about what his name was, and his name should establish his identity, because people will say he was Jewish. He was a Jew. And what the fuck is a Jew? Really? That's like something somebody made up. Muslim is something somebody made up. Black is something somebody made up. White is something somebody made up. If none of us could talk, if we didn't have language abilities, we just look at each other and judge each other by what we're seeing, which back then was like insane, what was going on Earth. So his skin color doesn't matter, except in that when you try to teach a black man who's in prison about Christ, and you say, listen, bro, Jesus is black. Would Jesus have been on the corner selling crack, smacking hoes around, dog? Nah, he wouldn't have done that. He was your brother, bro. You should respect him. Respect the shit he went through. He died for you. He died so that you could be sitting here today listening to me tell you that bullshit that got you locked up, you shouldn't have been doing that. At that moment, it matters that Jesus was black. Because if you tell this man sitting in prison, who probably don't really like white people too tough, that Jesus was white, he's not really paying you any fucking mind. But if he understands that Jesus was black, had dreadlocks, and smoked a shitload of weed, burning bush, yeah. I'm glad you're laughing because you know, right?
No,
You know, you heard it. You're like the burning bush. You're like, oh, Jesus, his eyes were red.
Well, he certainly...
Red eyes are red unless they're smoking weed.
He certainly brought a higher mindset, and he certainly was a man of peace, so it kind of adds up. And I heard there's something to that whole idea of like anointing the forehead with cannabis oil or something like that.
Yeah. Jesus was the original. Hold on, I'm going to remember them right now because I'll be forgetting. Hold on. Cheech and Chong. Remember Cheech and Chong?
Yeah. Up in smoke.
Cheech and Chong learned all they know from Jesus. I bet you Jesus had the same. Remember the movie? Did you ever watch any of the Cheech and Chong movies?
Yeah, I saw Up in Smoke, and I've watched like parts of the other ones, but yeah, they're just fucking hilarious.
Was Up in Smoke the one where they went through the toll booth in a van made out of weed?
I don't know. That might have been one of the other ones. There's like 50 of them. There's so many. They're still like touring and doing stuff.
Because I want to bet back then, if he didn't have one of those Flintstone things, like the Flintstone cars, that Jesus had a van made out of weed. Jesus used to get high. So, I mean, at that moment, it matters that he's black. But now let's flip it back the other direction. Jesus could have been white. He could have been pale skinned. He could have been completely white. He could have been a black man who had, what is that disease? Like they said Michael Jackson had?
Oh, yeah, that disease, or like an albino or something like that.
Exactly. How do we know? How do we know that wasn't the truth? His hair, remember his hair was woolen.
And his skin was like that, right? They say, yeah, his hair was woolen and his skin was like brass and his feet were something. But yeah, there's And then you got to look at also, I mean, because I've really looked at both sides of this argument, and you have to look at where he actually lived and the color of the people that actually lived there, and you got to take that into consideration too.
Exactly. But hold on, as much as I'm on that page with you, right now I'm playing this. I'm playing this field. I'm playing this. I'm playing all these different positions. So this is what I'm going to say. I'm going to say that remember Jesus was an alien. So regardless of the period of time and where he was at, he might not have looked anything like anybody that was there. Because though he was born of Mary, allegedly, Mary never had sex with Joseph. So we honestly don't know what Jesus looked like. None of us. So we have this Jesus who was an alien who may or may not have been black, but who may or may not have the disease that makes you albino, who smoked weed, who said that my father sent me down here to fix the world and tell you guys that you're fucking up and we got to learn to love each other, who did magic, who took one fish and one loaf of bread and fed thousands of people. That's not even fucking possible, bro. You with me on this one?
Yeah.
Not even possible, unless he was a magician. So with all that, or an alien, aliens are magicians, they're the original ones. So yeah, the skin part, none of that stuff really matters when we throw all of those things in. And so going back to the whole white people versus black people, melanin, and all these things like this.
Well, it's actually really odd to me because I mean, I'm letting you talk and everything, but like the things that you're saying, it's like I told you on the phone the other day, it's stuff that I've been like kind of looking into, and that stuff that you were saying about the like those Nordic aliens, I just kind of discovered that myself, and there's a whole fucking rabbit hole there. There's like they're like hunting each other out there, and there's all kinds of stuff like that going on behind the scenes. And when you start to realize what's really going on out there with these Nordic aliens, it's enough to seriously drive you mentally insane.
That's what happens to most people. Dude, you got to take into consideration, okay, we know white boys smoke a lot of weed, but let's talk about Rastas who are in Jamaica right now. Remember, Rastas like to smoke weed, and then they study the Bible, the Quran, the Torah, all these different things. So only imagine you got Rastas who study conspiracy theories, whatever you want to call it, all that type of stuff like that. So, and they study what you're talking about right now, which is like, okay, I'm in Jamaica, I'm high as fuck. I just finished reading this part of the Bible, this part of the Quran, this part of the Torah, these Buddhism stuff, all these different things, and I'm high. I'm so in touch with shit. But what the fuck is up with these white boys killing each other who are aliens? What the fuck is up with that? They're not even real. They're not supposed to exist. So we got alien white boys running around in the Netherlands, Sweden, underground. They're killing each other because they're all not from this planet. And I'm so goddamn high right now. Think about that, bro. So when you want to talk about getting driven insane by what you're saying, that's how it happens.
Yeah, it's just a lot. It's a lot to take in. Because most people, when they hear this, like when they hear what you're saying, they're gonna have that cognitive bias. They're gonna just like be kind of entertained by it, but say, "Oh, this is pretty out there." But what's real is like what I see on TV and shit like that. But once you actually accept it into your heart and you realize that it is true, that's when your brain starts unwinding, and that is when you start to like. It almost causes you to lose your sense of self because it's so contradictory to everything that we have been taught, and the vastness of what's going on. It makes you realize that, hey, I'm just like you were saying earlier with the MIB stuff, I'm just a little speck in the desert, and there's all this shit going on out there, and what's really at stake is much grander and much more complicated than I can ever imagine.
Way more. And I see that's part of the beauty of being what we are. And you know what? You just wrap that right back around to what I was saying about the whole racism. That's the part that you cancel out racism. And you know what? You just taught me something. I'm going to tell you why. Because, being a part of this organization, which is a whole crazy rabbit holes in itself. The Illuminati is not anything what anybody thinks it is. And I know we haven't discussed pretty much anything about the Illuminati yet, and that's going to be a whole big thing right there. But we don't know everything. We are free thinkers. So when Adam Weishaupt founded his Illuminati, the Bavarian Illuminati, notice it says Bavarian Illuminati. That is not the Illuminati. That is the Bavarian Illuminati. He picked up something, and he looked at it, and he said, ooh, I'm going to make this mine. Just like anybody else would do with anything. So when you sit there and free think with this stuff, you're like, okay, well, if that's what the truth is over there, these aliens, these beings, and they created us, and we're all, this crazy black guy who's saying on the radio right now, he's saying that white people come from another dimension, black people come from this dimension. God damn it, I don't know if that's supposed to mean one is better than the other or not. It doesn't matter. We're just from different dimensions. But only imagine, like I was saying, we tie both yours and mine together. Yours being that the shit will drive you insane and that this truth is really deep, and mine being where I sit back and say to myself, why doesn't the government just go ahead and do disclosure? My version, the Illuminati version of why the government doesn't do disclosure, is basically that they would have to tell you that a lot of the aliens that they shot down, and we can get into this, I don't know if we'll do it now. We should do it now, but maybe we should. But a lot of the aliens they shoot down are black. They're little black people or big black people. Some are 12 feet tall in ships. And they can't tell the world this because it will destroy every religion and first of all, there wouldn't be a KKK anymore. You couldn't be. Because if you had solid proof that everybody came from black people, at least on this earth, that means you're black. So now you got to ask yourself the question of how you became white. And that's another rabbit hole. And that involves Yaku, which a lot of skinheads, a lot of white supremacists believe in, maybe not everybody in every segment of, I don't know how we should call this, just white supremacy in general, but not everybody believes in aliens who is a white supremacist and that there was a Yaku. Remember, Yaku was allegedly a black alien. So that gets complicated in and of itself because skinheads or KKK members who believe in Yaku have to tell you that they believe that there was this little black alien with a big-ass head who everybody picked on, and later on he grew up, he said, I'm going to create a race of people who are going to enslave you. And that's the core. When you start studying parts of 5%, being a 5%er, we'll say it like that. I don't know how much experience you have with any of that. That's a whole other thing right there. When you start studying parts of that, you get more heavily into who Yaku was. And so we have this black alien who created the white man.
Well, wait, I'm sorry. I don't really know anything about this. I've never heard Waku before. Is this this is a belief that some hate groups actually have in a alien named Waku?
Okay, so let's do that then. Let's go here. I'm gonna walk on the eggshells only because when I've studied 5% theology. I started getting heavily into it, and it's not something that you leave out of once you start getting heavily into it. You can't leave out of things. It's just that there are people who are 5%ers who study every day. They know today's mathematics, all these different things like this. And I was able at a certain point in time in my life to study that in depth. I didn't get really high up with my studying. So, for instance, there's a gentleman, oh my God, I hope he's still alive today. He's mentioned in Wu-Tang Clan songs, if it's the same one, See Allah. So if anybody out there knows See Allah or seen him, I'm a real sensitive dude, so if I cry here, I don't give a fuck. I said to you, probably heard it in my voice earlier when I was talking about us all getting along. I cry in a second. That's just how I am. But I'm not a bitch, so don't get it confused. Nobody don't get it confused. I'm just saying I'm a feeling person. See, I went through when I was doing drugs. I have to touch on so many things just to say his name. When I was doing drugs, it was because I was undercover. I didn't go undercover and then do drugs. I was doing drugs ahead of time because how do I explain this? I want to explain it correctly because I'm going to say something in the future or whatever. I've said things in the past that are going to make me sound like a hypocrite, but that's not what's going on. Okay, remember how you and I were talking about you rap?
Yeah, a little bit of freestyling on the side.
So think about, we'll say it like this. I'm not going to ask you the question right now, but think about what compelled you to rap. What compelled you to try freestyling? So you don't have to answer that question. I'm just saying that's where I was with my music a long, long time ago. You know, I used to write stuff that was way the fuck out there. Like I've always been a separatist, and so I didn't fit anywhere, not amongst black people, white people, nobody. And so that's confusing in itself because it's not like I was mixed, like I'm light skinned or something. I'm brown skin, I get dark in the sun, and all that shit like that. It's just that my thoughts, talking about stuff like this, I've always been like this. And so, going back a certain amount of years ago, decades ago, people weren't talking about this stuff. So everybody was like, oh, he's fucking crazy. So now, in my music, I was writing music according to this type of stuff right here. And so nobody would listen to my music. And I was like, there's something I'm doing wrong. I said, well, what do I not do? Well, I don't do what most of the people I know do, which is drink or smoke weed. So I said, maybe I need to drink or smoke weed. And so how the Illuminati works, because I keep pulling that in, it's going to, like I said, the Illuminati is a real complicated thing. It's not what you think, or not you specifically when I say you, but I use you as a general term. The Illuminati version of it was, okay, well, if you're going to go that route, which we don't suggest you do, because that's a fucking rabbit hole, a really deep rabbit hole, once you pick up some liquor, some alcohol of any type, once you pick up any form of drug, and I hope there's a whole lot of youngsters listening to this part right here, though I know with the whole YouTube and the copper law thing, we got to kind of say, I'm not trying to say that, but I am, is trying to say it from the perspective of helping young kids or whatever. You smoking weed is not something you want to do, regardless of what people tell you. It's not for everybody. It's not just something to do like, I don't want to use the word entertainment. It's not like a pastime thing. Like I said, Rasta smoke weed because it puts them in a state of mind so when they read scriptures, they have a understanding of it more like maybe the people of those times, or because it expands your mind so you can grasp things that way versus the way you grasp things when you're not high off of weed. So, you don't just go smoke some weed because your friends smoke weed, because you're going to end up fucking up your life permanently. Whether it's because you fuck yourself up because your mind can't handle it and what you go through after you smoke it, or because you end up in financial problems or problems with your family folks or problems with, the government. So now, the Illuminati was like, hey, well, if you do this, you understand that you're going into the valley of the shadow of death. That's what Jesus talks about. That's what that was about. It wasn't him going into neighborhoods where there were fucked up people. It was a state of mind. When you change your state of mind, everything around you changes. So when you smoke weed, you'll notice, not telling anybody to smoke weed, but if you've already smoked weed, do you notice the first time you did it, you might not have really felt anything. After you did it a couple of times, the way you think about things and the way you think in general starts to change. So when my thinking changed, at first it was just weed. When my thinking changed, I was like, oh shit, let me write something. Because I already knew and understood that it's something you utilize, not something you do just to be doing. I was doing it to fit in more because I'm an agent. I always have been. I was born into the Illuminati. I didn't join it. And we are agents of God, but in various ways, I'm a black ops agent. So my understanding of it was, okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to learn from it. I'm going to be around people who do it. I'm going to pick up knowledge. So I thrust myself into this whole environment wherein my purpose was to become a better, more well-rounded person. And I know that might sound crazy to some of you, but again, any of you who smoke weed and don't do it just for a pastime, but do it because it puts you in a certain state of mind, or maybe you do it like for spiritual and medicinal purposes, then you understand what I'm saying. It makes you know and understand things that people who do not smoke weed could not possibly know or understand. Christ smoked hella weed. When you read the Bible and you read it sober, you do not know what the fuck you're reading. That's just what it is. So we can go into, and I know I'm doing a whole lot of white supremacy stuff. I'm not trying to offend anybody, but that's where we got the core of racism. When you want to pick up a Bible in one hand and use that as your foundation for being racist, that just doesn't make any sense. Because Christ was black and smoked weed, and he smoked weed to put himself in certain states of mind, and had to be that way all the time. All the time. If you ever were to walk up to Christ and have a conversation with him, he's like walking up to your best friend who's high right now. Bro, please tell me you got best friends who be high.
I've had quite a few best friends that were very high, yes.
Aren't they the best when they're high and you have something to talk about, like your girlfriend is cheating on you, or you just got fired from your job, or you just came up with this great idea for an invention? Tell me I'm wrong.
No, that's true. I think there's been people that it's like if we didn't get high together at times, we wouldn't even be friends.
Yeah, you're right. That's true. That's true about a lot of the world. That's true about the 60s.
Yeah.
The 60s made a lot of people friends. A lot of people. So only imagine a Jesus. Everybody's I don't know, I guess we're black or whatever we are. We're all Middle Eastern right now. Everybody's Middle Eastern. You're all Middle Eastern listening to the radio right now. So you're walking up to Jesus, and you know you're not time traveling. You're just in Middle East back then, and you're like, I don't understand what's going on in the world. Do you know the world better than I do? That man at that moment, all day long, every day, he was high. He was high as fuck, and he was an alien, so he was probably way higher than any of us could get. Somebody please laugh. Please. Way higher. And so he was so high that when he talked to you, he could tell you things that were so deep that you probably walked away from him, and it probably took you 2 or 3 days to understand what the fuck he was talking about. So tell me you have friends like that.
In fact, you could go to the extent that, wherever it was coming from, the things that he said, nobody else's words have been able to have such an impact throughout time where they can still have like a deep sort of meaning to people when they read them today.
Exactly. It's like almost you want to be able to define it. And remember, I mean, this is coming from Aramaic. Aramaic into various languages, and you lose stuff when you come out of any language. Like, if we want to talk about Hispanic people, we could say Latino and Latin and whatever you choose to call yourself as an individual, very passionate people. So when you talk about things that involve, say, for instance, love, certain words in Spanish that involve anything having to do with emotional love, you can't really translate that into another language where it's going to mean the same, except maybe Italian, I think. And I don't think I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, please, somebody call up and say I'm wrong about that. But you translate it into English. English is such a dull language. It's like everything pretty much loses its flavor and its authenticity when it gets translated into English. So imagine, we're all reading English Bibles. So you're being racist and you're holding a Bible, and remember, the Bible Belt, it's like racist as fuck in Louisiana and Tennessee and things of this nature. It's like, why? You believe in a guy who was black, who smoked shitloads of weed, who said shit and nobody knew what the fuck he was talking about. He was an alien, but you don't like any of his descendants. And if you don't like his descendants, that means you don't like yourself, because he was the son of God, and the gods that created us were black. Not every single one. So I guess let's pick back up from there where I was at the lack of melanin or having melanin and the dimensional thing. So if you have certain alien groups that were black, that came from here, that were from this dimension, which, you have, there was a white guy who, you can look him up online. If you type in white man, you don't have to type in white man. man who, you could type in white man because it might come up better that way. White man who worked at NASA says that NASA works with black aliens. Some of you already probably know who I'm talking about. I don't know if he's still
You know,
alive because he was sickly.
that sounds familiar, and it's like one of those things you hear and you're just like, what the fuck? And you just, it's just so out there, like you think they're just trolling you or like somebody's messing with you and you don't even pay attention to it. But like hearing you talk now I'm like, wow, I wish I would have heard out whatever he had to say and actually listened back then.
Yeah, I don't even know if he's still alive. And like I don't want to disrespect him if he's not still living. And I don't, like, again, you know, like I said, when I say stuff, don't get offended, nobody get offended. But being a black man, when I heard him talk, it was almost the impression you got from him was like he was sickened by it because they were black. That's what the impression I got. Maybe that's not what he meant. Maybe he was basically saying NASA is working with fucking 8-foot-tall aliens with dreadlocks and shit. What the fuck is going on in this world? And so that's basically what he said, and it comes across to me differently maybe than somebody else. So, you know, when you hear this guy say it, and he says it like that, the first thing as a black man is he doesn't really particularly seem to like black people or something. So why would he make that shit up? That doesn't even make any sense. He could have said they were 8-foot-tall Nordics. He could have left out dreadlocks and everything.
Yeah, that's true, because if he would have said Nordics, I would have said, well, I've heard about Nordic aliens, and I probably would have like heard him out more because I've heard of them before. But I totally get what you're saying.
Yeah. So that just from my perspective, it comes across as he was telling the truth. I mean, I know it to be a truth. You know, like I said, there'll be things you ask me, and I'll say it's classified. I can't tell you, but you know, my job is to, which we can get into, I guess, into later more in depth. In the Illuminati, what I basically do is take agencies that don't exist or that are black and make them either charcoal, coal, gray, white, opaque, invisible. So there's so many levels to this shit. Like, if you want to talk about above black, there isn't like 2 or 3 levels. You probably heard people talk, so now I listen to them talk, and they're truthful when they say, yeah, it's like there's 30-something degrees above black. Like if somebody says something is classified above black, there can be at least 30-something levels, and there's possibly more than that. And that's the fact. There is. It just keeps going and going.
Yeah, there's like,
so,
if you look at the ground floor, like you have, you know, we kind of talked about this, but you have like the Masons that are, you know, the blue levels or just regular guys. It's like a fraternity. But the higher you go up in the hierarchy of secret societies, the more it turns into like a spiritual interdimensional thing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the Mason thing, I try not to get too in depth in it. This is what I'll say while we're right there for a second. Because again, this being the Illuminati thing, I'm not saying that the Illuminati is above the Masons. Everything is intertwined. And you know, some people might get offended by that, but that's what it is. And as I talk more or whatever without revealing certain secrets, because I don't know any Masonic secrets, I'm not a Freemason from the United States. I'm a Black Mason. A Black Mason is, well, first I got to explain Masonics. I mean, this is something that, this is Jesus' days Masonics, because Jesus was a Mason. Everybody's a Mason. What makes someone a Mason is construct. The universe exists, but it does not exist. You can't feel, hear, see, smell, or touch the universe, the air. But we know that oxygen is binded with other things. We know that water is 2 parts hydrogen, 1 part oxygen, H2O. So we know it exists, but we can't see it, but it's there, and it's the reason we're alive. Because it's able to do that is why other things exist. The oceans exist because H2O exists. The ground exists because for some reason, these different types of sediment, these different chemicals, these different elements want to get along with each other and form the firmament. This is all important when you discuss, when you read in the Bible, things of this nature, or any script, spiritual script, when they talk about the firmament and the ether and all these things like this, which would mean anything going from like the ground, what we're standing on, a planet or a rock in space, a meteor, going into outer space where there's maybe no air or very little, no water or very little, or maybe a lot, because space actually is water. We can get into that another time, I guess. There's just so much shit to talk about. Everything is like intertwined. So now, being a Mason is being what you are. You're born a Mason because you exist. If you did not exist, if there was not existence, you would not be a Mason. You would not be a mass. The root of Mason is mass. Mass is a construct of anything similar or dissimilar that gets along and creates something. It does not have to be visible. It just has to be. We can get into a whole bunch of shit about what the word on means, because on can mean any number of things. On could mean that it's functioning. On could mean that it's present somewhere. So if you want to take it from the perspective of being present somewhere, a Mason means a mass that's present somewhere. We're on Earth. You're born on Earth. You stick to the Earth. You don't float off into outer space. Ergo, you are a Mason. You're not a Freemason. None of us are truly Freemasons. And if you go into Masonics, again, without revealing any secrets, because I'm not a Freemason, but you understand from the outside of things, because you're an intelligent individual, you're sentient, that Sir Francis Bacon, when he created the Rosicrucians or continued them, and or when he created the Freemasons in Europe, by combining Masons that he took out of slavery, freed them from slavery, to bring them to the New World so that they could work for the Spanish Queen, he called them Freemasons, with the guise that he was freeing them from their bonds and allowing them to organize from different parts. And look at the beautiful thing we're talking about, which is kind of ties, everything is going to tie back to racism. It's just the funniest thing. You know what? If racism didn't exist, like almost nothing else did, would it? And I know that might sound crazy, but it shouldn't. When I say the next words, and hopefully I won't go off on a tangent, because I know I've been driving you guys crazy with jumping on tangents when I don't complete things. But I'm trying to, do that, wrap back around and complete things. But when you say, okay, well, this guy took people from Africa, people from Europe, people from Australia, people from only God knows where else, we could say the Orient, and he put them all together. He freed them from their bondage, and he brought them all to the New World. Remember, these were people who were doing Masonic things. Masonic things back then were if you had the ability to build a pyramid. A pyramid should not exist. The amount of weight that's put on that sediment should not allow it to exist. Back then, they allegedly did not have the technology to create things so perfect, but they did. At the moment, I'm leaving out all the alien, they were able to do this and all that stuff like that, because that gets deep. I'm just talking about if you take some sand and mix it with some stuff to glue it together and make it into brick, you should not be able to build these pyramids. But that's what Masonics is. That's the core of it. The fact that things exist in the universe where they should not in the first place, but you, with your sentience, are able to take your hands that God gave you, which should not exist, your mind, which God gave you, which does not exist, because remember, you're a spirit. Your brain is just a chunk of flesh. So everything you do, us having this talk on the radio today, people listening, people having their opinions, being racist or not, believing this or not, loving, not loving, all these things aren't real because your brain is just a chunk of flesh. There's something there, something else that allows you to take some sand and mix it with some plants that you chopped up and mixed water with to make a gluten, and then make bricks, and then make bricks that are too heavy to carry, put them together into different rooms. You should say only God, if you, again, not going into secrets, but, and I'm not trying to promote Freemasonry, but I'm not trying to promote Freemasonry. What I am saying to you is, if you know a little bit about Freemasonry, remember, we got to get back to our thing. we got to get back to Yaku. Almost forgot about that, and a bunch of other stuff. So if you really know anything about Masonics from the outside, and for those of you who study it, you got to appreciate the beauty of being able to build something such as a pyramid, for being able to build an underground base, because you're doing that with your mind. That might sound really corny the way I'm saying it, but maybe there's a couple of you out there who are smoking weed right now who are really, really high. You're like, oh shit, I just had an epiphany when you said that. You're taking your mind and you're building this thing, these rooms, when you see all these movies and these different bricks can collapse on you and darts can fly.
Hey,
and the
can I interrupt you for 1 second? If anybody has any questions for you in the chat, is it okay if they go ahead and type those in and I can repeat them to you?
Hell yeah, I encourage it. remember I asked you, I said, am I allowed to curse? And you're like, hell yeah, I encourage it.
Right on.
I feel the same way. I want questions. That's what I need. My goal is to unite everybody on the globe, and we're going to take over the world and make it a beautiful place again. I swear to God. And then we're going to take over all the rest of the planets. We're just like going to go everywhere, take our Starship Enterprise, motherfuckers. I said in my rhyme, one of my rhymes. Starship Enterprise. We're going to take over the universe and the multiverse and the omniverse. And I don't care if there's intelligences out there that are more intelligent than us. No one or nothing is perfect. I want to unite everybody. I want to cut all the bullshit going on the go. Because again, this is my body. If we can all unite on this world and every other world, God will live. God is fucked up right now. Like, okay, I tell you I'm God. Let me explain that just a drop deeper and then go back to that thing, the Masonic thing. God right now is laying on a table in a hospital in its dimension, sick, septic, because of the shit you motherfuckers are doing. Cut the bullshit, man. We're running around out here killing each other. We're hurting each other. We're hating each other. We're thinking vile thoughts when we don't have to. We come on this earth and we just do so much bullshit when the place is so beautiful. If you could look in an encyclopedia, I know you can go online these days, but pick up an encyclopedia and look at how certain countries used to look 200 years ago, 2,000 years ago. The diversity of species we had on the globe, the way the people used to describe in prose how beautiful the air smelled. There was a time when you didn't even have to eat food or drink water. You didn't need to imbibe to get nutrients. All you had to do was breathe, and you were nourished. It's probably in the Bible somewhere. I haven't read the whole Bible. If you have, have you come across that in the Bible?
Yeah, I've studied in bits and pieces. I'm end of days radio. I tend to be kind of into revelations and also anything that Christ said. I think I know pretty much most of it, at least.
So that was in the Bible somewhere about at one point in time we never had to eat or drink. We could just breathe and we were nourished.
Well, there's a part where somebody asked him a question, I believe, about marriage, and he says, in the kingdom of heaven, we will be as of the angels. So I don't know if maybe that kind of alludes to that.
Yeah, that is tied to it. That is tied. I mean, there's people on Earth right now in various countries, and I know most people see this stuff on YouTube, and they're like, that's not true. There's like some guy who lives in the jungle, and he doesn't eat anything. He just like drinks water or something. You've heard about him?
I think so. There was one lady, she said she was basically just being nourished by the sunlight. There's a few of those people that they won't eat anything and they just sort of meditate and absorb sunlight.
Yeah, I've seen that too. Oh, yeah. And we have to say this. We absolutely have to give this, what do you call that? What's the thing I keep saying? Disclaimer. Because we even mentioned that just now. The lawsuits that can come from it if I don't say this right now. Do not try the sunlight thing. If you're going to try the sunlight thing, research the fuck out of it first. Talk to spiritualists, talk to doctors, especially doctors. Talk to your local government, because the way they put it is, at a certain point in time where the sun is located in the sky, I think it's just at sunset and just after sunrise, you're looking at the sun. You're literally looking at it. And if you don't do it at the correct time, you can go blind.
Yeah, very very
You've heard about
true.
that.
Please be careful with that, people. You know, that's anytime you're doing like any sort of extreme sort of like shamanic stuff or ritualistic stuff, you know, please put your health first above, you know, whatever you're trying to accomplish, and listen to your body. But hey, I got a question for you, and this might be a given, but somebody in the chat is just flat out asking, do you believe in God and Jesus?
Do I believe in God and Jesus? That's what you said, right?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, this is gonna take us back to the dark part. I have to say it like this: nothing exists. God, the way we're taught, is supposed to be an entity or a form of energy, at the very least, that is supposed to be good and dwells within all of us, that we come from, which guides us. And Jesus is supposed to be God's physical representative on this plane of existence, to let us know that God does exist, that God loves us, that we come from God, and that we should always strive to do good and great things. And that when we have these thoughts in our head to do things that go against any of that, that we should look to God to answer those questions. Like, okay, if you're racist, you shouldn't be racist if you believe in God. It just like doesn't make any sense. You should love and respect and adore everyone and everything, because everyone and everything, except for mosquitoes and rats and roaches, there's a couple of things I can name, were created by God. So now this all gets complicated because in that context, we're talking about a spiritual God. We're not talking about, at that moment in time, aliens. Aliens are the gods that are in all, and that's what I didn't say through the course of all of this, which might have created the question. Aliens created all of our religions, all of them pretty much, except for atheists. Except those people who are atheists, or there's another word for that. I can't remember that at the moment, but someone who doesn't necessarily believe there is a God, or doesn't necessarily believe that there isn't a God. Almost out, not oligarch. I can't remember what it's called. You probably know the word better than I do. You know, those people, that's gray aliens. Gray aliens, they exist. They're not demons. Aliens aren't demons. Demons are a word humans made to be in these scriptures to describe what they believe is not right and of God versus something that is right and of God. But God is the aliens in all of our scriptures, and demons are gray aliens in some instances, because not all aliens get along with each other. So if you don't believe in God, then you're going according to a gray way of thinking. It's kind of in the middle. And grays feel that way. Gray aliens don't give a fuck about anyone or anything. They don't have, not every single one, because there was a movie like that, 50 Shades of Grey. You gotta, it begs the question, was there something to that movie along these lines? There's different gray aliens. And so just the general gray thing is that I'm ambivalent. I think that's the right word to use. I kind of don't really care this way or that way. So they don't like humans, but they don't dislike humans. They don't believe there's a God. They don't disbelieve that there's a God. And so you, as a person who don't believe in God, or a byproduct of being, I don't know how to say it. You know, they put out lives. They control the population. They exist. Some of them have bodies, some of them don't. And they control us, or don't choose to control us, but they just put out their, you know, that telepath, where you, if you're a person who maybe once believed in God, but something happened in your life and now you don't believe in God, you're being influenced by gray aliens. So now we have what? Angels, and you have what you would call demons. Demons aren't bad. I know I really got to get back. I got to get into that whole demon thing. Boy, when we said we were going to talk for hours, we could be sitting here talking for days, bro.
Well, let me ask you real
All my
quick.
batteries don't die.
Let me ask you real quick.
What'd you say?
Are you psychic? Are you a telepath? Are you psychic?
Okay, this is what I can say. Because that goes into the whole things I can discuss and things I can't discuss. And I can say this. The Illuminati communicates, some of us, telepathically. We don't have to talk to each other. So there have been people in my life, maybe one or two were listening. And remember I gave the thing earlier, like if anybody was to call in, do not say, hey, I know you're from here, or I've seen you here, or I know you're related to this person or this. You know, in general, nobody, please don't ask me about family stuff. I'm not allowed to talk about that. But, you know, people have said, hey, well, you know, how do you guys communicate? Because there's people who know me, and if you ask them, they'd be like, oh, he's just some guy who, you know, sits around and he's not rich. He's rather poor looking. And I mean, if you look me up and study me, you'll get a grip of who I am. So, like I said, most of this is kind of like, yeah, he wants to act like so secretive, but you could actually find out where he's at, where he's been, just that by just going and looking on Facebook or looking here or looking there. But that's when you do your research. You'd have to do that research. I don't just throw shit to people. So just people who say, you know, I know him. There's nothing you can look at me like, you know, people watch me all the time. I get watched by NSA, CIA, FBI, all these people, police, local police, whatever else, foreign agencies, all the time because of the things I say, because of who I am, what I say I am, and because of what I do. Like if you see me, if I'm in say Russia, FSB will be watching me because they're like, we can't get a complete profile on this guy, and he's over there, right there, all the time. Like, what the fuck is his intent? The Illuminati is a very vague word. Like, nobody knows who the fuck the Illuminati is or who's in it. And nobody really knows if they're up to good or up to bad. But if I'm sitting on, you know, Caldero Street in some cove in Frankfurt, Germany, and, you know, for 3 weeks, and I'm telling people that I'm in the Illuminati and I'm black operations and I'm counterterrorism and I'm here to save the world, their secret police are like, what the fuck is he really up to? So when watching me, no one can really decipher like what I do, like who I am.
Well, I can relate to what you're saying about, like, you said several times that the way the Illuminati is different than most people think, and like what happened to me was I was kind of telling you a little bit about this, but I created this whole thread on social media and I put a ton of information I was researching into it, and then all of a sudden I started to get like contacted by these strange people and all this weird stuff started happening, and I started to realize like just what you're saying, my idea of the Illuminati, like the stuff that I was reading, like I really had no idea what's going on. I still don't. It's way different. It's way more complicated, and it's way fucking weirder than any of us can imagine.
Yeah, even us. As crazy as that might sound, because it all goes back to what you're And I know the person who put the thing about do I believe in God and do I believe in Jesus, they may or may not be satisfied with what I said, but I'm gonna tie that with the darkness, with the Illuminati, and with God. To say it like this, and I hope I'm trying to. I know a lot of shit, and I don't know shit at all. That's what you learn through life. The more stuff you study, the more you know you don't know anything, and the more you know you're so insignificant in the universe. Hold on, gotta fight back the tears. Hold on. Hold on.
Oh, I think we just lost our guest. He's kind of getting emotional there. All of a sudden, he just sort of dropped off. I hope he's okay. But wow, really mind blowing stuff. Let me see if I can't get him back up here because we're not quite done. Hopefully, he's okay.
Yeah, you must have got my message, right? The thing that said that every 2 hours they disconnect me.
Oh, is that what happened? Oh, I just thought maybe you were getting kind of really into it and kind of having like emotional thing going on.
Yeah, I know that time it was all fucked up, and it just that's how illumination works too. That crazy shit you just experienced. So okay, where was I at? Yeah, I was falling back to tears to say that you realize how insignificant you are in the universe and in life or whatever this is, but you also realize how much God loves you. So like, okay, God loves the fuck out of you. God loves you, each and every one of you. You learn and understand, and this has nothing to do with Jesus. Jesus did not die for your sins. It's like if Jesus never existed, it wouldn't be that God would not forgive you. So if that's anywhere in the Bible or whatever, that's not true. God sent Jesus here. I'm Jesus, you're Jesus, everybody's Jesus. He sent Jesus here to say, you guys, you're fucking up, learn to love each other, get back on track. My father sent me to, send you that message. Because not everybody is telepath with Christ. I mean with God. So what I'm saying here is God loves you to the point where you can almost do things that are like incomprehensibly horrible. And if at some point you realize how fucked up you are and what you've done, and you look to make amends with those you've hurt, which is what I strongly suggest for everybody. Like the whole bucket list thing of going around and, hey, listen, I know I fucked your life up. What can I do to repay you? And somebody might kick your ass. They might fucking shoot you. But that's the right thing to do if you can. You learn that God loves you no matter what and can pull you from the brink of things or from the dark side back. And so this illumination thing is, you have Satan. So I guess we could kind of go into the Satan thing also. You have Lucifer. Remember where I left off with Lucifer was that it's like when you turn 18 years old and you're telling your parents, I know you got your house rules, I know you raised me, but listen, check this out, which is the most important thing, which it's not in the Bible. It might be in a book, but somebody might have taken that book out. We don't even know the answer to this one. If there's a book that exists that goes something like this in the Bible, where Satan says to God, you raised me to do the right thing. You've pretty much taught me all you can teach me. Now it's up to me to go out there and enlighten others. So it's the days of me submitting to you should be over. I can't submit to you and stand on my own 2 feet at the same time. It's fucking impossible, whether it's spirit or not. I mean, everybody, really stop and think about that for a second. And I don't want to offend anybody, when you're getting on your knees and you're praying to Allah, Allah does not want you to get on your knees and pray to him. Allah knows you love him. So when I say Allah, I'm talking about God in general. The way we have a name for God in all our different religions, so on and so forth. If you go 5%, it's arm, leg, arm, head. It's the human. And then that's that which is above the human. But dealing with Allah, if we're talking about Islam, Muslims, Mohammedans, you don't have to get on your knees. And if you don't get on your knees, you're not disrespecting God. God, extremists will tell you, is a jealous God. Yeah, God is a jealous God. Let me explain that. You're either doing the right thing or you're doing the wrong thing. There's no in between. There is no, I'm kind of doing the right thing over here and I'm kind of doing the wrong thing over here. The only people who are allowed to get away with that are intelligence agents. And we can get into that one. I hope someone will later on or whatever ask about that to remind me about it. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? But you're either doing the right thing or the wrong thing. A jealous God says, remember, it's God. God is good. Good has no bad in it. You're always doing good. Jealous is to say that if you step outside the realm of doing good, you're stepping outside the realm of God. You can't do that. Jealousy is for what purpose? Jealousy is to let you know that you're doing something that I don't like, and I don't think that's what you should be doing. I think you should be doing over here what I told you you should be doing. And that goes for everybody. It doesn't matter what religion you are. If you're supposed to be doing good things and great things, then you're supposed to stick to that. And it's the what's the word for it? It's the when you're doing something wrong, you're not supposed to be doing it. What's that word?
Um,
Guilty.
Oh,
It's that guilt. Jealous creates a guilt. So again, when we're talking about scriptures, remember, someone physically wrote these things. I don't care what religion you are. Whether we're talking about the Quran or the Quran, it was written by someone. Someone's physical hands put that there. And though it was supposed to come through someone to be written, it still has to be written in a way so that you understand it and that it impacts you. That's the nature of humanity, A. So I'm not saying that whoever wrote the first Quran or the first Quran, the first Bible, the first Buddhist script, the first whatever, was trying to overdo it. I'm trying to say they're trying to have an impact on you. So the impact here is, listen, you don't just go leaving God. God doesn't let you get away with that. That's not cool. God is not okay with that. That does not translate into God is a slave master, which is part of where we're at with the people who would get upset to say, okay, well, if aliens are God, if you're not following God, then you're disrespecting the Lord. You're not doing what the Lord tells you. And, God is a jealous God. So God isn't going to forgive you for your sins, and you're not going to go to heaven because you're not getting on your knees when you pray to him. Everything, little thing that goes wrong in your life, you're not asking him for guidance. So he feels like you want to leave him out of your picture. Doesn't this all sound like the relationship you have with your parents? We can all talk about the relationships we have with our parents. Anyone who's in black operations, please, somebody from black operations call sometime during the time I'm up here. And not to say fucked up shit to me, but to say some real shit. You don't got to disclose classified things, but I'm saying to say this. Just think about your parents. When you join any intelligence agency, when you join secret police even, you can't tell your parents shit. They're not supposed to know. So your parents won't see or hear from you for weeks at a time, months at a time. When you become an undercover cop, and I want to touch on this for a second too, because we're already talking about these things. Look, people, I don't want to say this, but I got to say it because of the way the times are going. Let me see how I can put this. Remember, the police were not founded, things are going on in the United States. The police were not founded in the United States. Police means policy. People who look out for policy. Policies are created by the government. So it's basically someone's hired to look out for the policies of the government. That's what makes you police. You don't have to join the police force to be police. I'm secret police. I'm Illuminati police. I'm Illuminati secret police. I'm Illuminati police. I'm Central Police. I'm Central Intelligence Police. I'm all these different things. I do not have a badge that holds me to any government on this earth. I'm a member of an organization which we don't like to say above the government, but we are aside from the government.
Somebody
so
has
there are different levels.
Somebody has a question related to that. Their question is,
okay,
what is above Black Mason that you were talking about earlier? I think you said transdimensional something is above that. Maybe I heard wrong. Thanks. That's from Deborah Sparkles.
Say it again because it kind of sounded warbled when you said it.
Yeah, no worries. This is from Deborah Sparkles, and she asked, what is above Black Mason that you were talking about earlier? I think you said transdimensional something is above that. Maybe I heard wrong. Thanks.
So you said what is above black?
Yeah, I think her question is kind of like she's wondering what's above. You were talking about, the different levels of secrecy, and you're talking about black, and she wants to know kind of what is more specifically above that.
Okay, what happens is if you deal with 5%ers, like this has nothing to do with intelligence agencies, but everything in the world is tied together. And you hear somebody, because you've heard it in every, like Ron, you want to go back to Rakim or Wu-Tang Clan or maybe even Farrakhan talk about triple stage darkness. There's black. Remember, black isn't a color. Black is the absence of light, and the absence of light creates this illusion that there's a color there, but it's really nothingness. And so, in that nothingness, it gets deeper. It gets more than that. It's like, imagine the opposite. If you paint a white picture, there's bone white, there's ivory, there's opaque, there's all these different parts to it that'll make something white or really or bright white or so white you can't look at it. Like the sun. The sun has certain stars, dwarf stars or whatever. They reach this level of white where if you look at them, you can go blind in like a couple of seconds. It's kind of like the same thing with our sun, but it's like puts off this, appears to us to be yellow. It might be white itself. But like when you go black, there's like, okay, when you talk about secrecy, there's things you don't discuss. Those are secret. Then there's top secret. These are things that only people who are privy to these secrets are able to have. So now you have something secretive, and then that's where all of the organizations such as secret societies kind of lie. We're tied in with governmental things, but we're not. Because remember, there's a separation of church and state. I know I'm jumping all over the place, but it's like you can't help but to do this because that's what it involves. And I hope I will have answered it correctly by the time I'm finished saying all this. The separation of church and state separates physical things from spiritual things. That's all that really does. So now, when you say secret society, what you're really saying is something in government that's a secret. Not many people know about it. When you say top secret, that means the people at the top levels. So when we start in this Illuminati stuff, we talk about pyramids, the alleged 5 families that run the world, which is, by the way, not true. Then we get into they know what's really going on. The people towards the bottom of it don't. It goes back to, again, not trying to disclose secrets, but when you talk about Masonics, same things. The people who are just coming into learning how to be Masons, they'll sit there, they could call, and they say, bro, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. All this fucking garbage you were just saying about this and the pyramids. I know what I'm talking about. You haven't learned it yet. If you were to be able to ask someone who's, let's see, I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to have to, like, really describe it. A 36th degree, 36th degree Mason, any of what I'm talking about, first they wouldn't be able to tell you, but if they could, they would tell you everything I'm saying is true, and there's probably more I know, but there's probably more I don't know, because that's just how that shit goes. Now, the first thing you're saying is, but I thought there were only 33 levels. No, there is only 33 levels. There are 360 degrees to a circle. Please, everybody, always remember that. Because people, again, like when I'm talking about the Mason thing, my thing right here, I'm doing damage control pre you joining the Masons. Because what you'll learn, without me even being a Mason, a Freemason, is that Masons hate people who disclose secrets. They hate people who get in and then want to get out. You don't do that. You don't do that with anything. I don't care what it is. A club in high school, a secret society, something in the government. You don't disclose things. You don't try to go in and go out. Yeah, I got tired of this. I outgrew it and I want to leave it. You don't do that. So the way you do damage control with that is to stop it from it ever happening in the first place. And most people, when they're recruiting people to be Freemasons, they don't do that. Remember, Freemasons don't get recruited by upper-level Freemasons. They get recruited by your homeboy just started going to the temple and learning, and you've grown up together, so you ask him questions, and he tells you he can't tell you certain stuff. You would have to join, or they would have to want you to join. But remember, he's just starting to learn. So he's trying to pull you in. That's not how you create a Mason. A Mason is created because someone has questions of God, of life in general, and they get drawn to Masonics. And then you there, as someone just going into it, you're there to answer what you're allowed to answer. So now with that said, you don't know everything. You're at the bottom, and the thing you got to know is don't go into this thing if you are iffy as a person, if you're not going to stick with it, and you got to know, bro, there's 360 degrees to a circle. So if I'm telling you that the upper levels of it are 33rd degree Masons, that's what you have to allegedly be to become the president of the United States, then if you're thinking that's all there is, you shouldn't be trying to become a Mason, period. Because you're not even at the front door of understanding the shit you're going to get into after you reach the 33rd degree. After you become a President Obama, after you become a President Trump, and you leave office, only imagine a Trump or an Obama who has no knowledge that when you leave the presidency, you go higher in whatever it is. That's not the end. The Secret Service doesn't follow people around because they're fucking bored. They don't follow people around when they stop being president because he used to be the president 10 years ago, but we still want to protect him. They're following you around because you're more important in what you're doing now than when you were as a president. So you have the 33rd degree level, and then it just keeps going up from there into stuff you can't discuss. But no, it's at least 360 degrees of those. And that just creates a circle. So we're talking mathematics, which ties back into 5% stuff, but it doesn't because 5%ers exclude themselves from Masonics because people go in a different direction with Masonics that's different than being a 5%er. They don't necessarily coincide well. I'll put it that way. I'm trying to be nice with it so everybody's like, okay, I get what he's trying to say. It gets much deeper than that. Into something that we could kind of discuss, but we'd have to stay in the fringes of how they don't get along and kind of sort of why. And it's not the fault of 5%ers. I'll say it like that. Really not. Anybody who doesn't know about 5% should study, and we still got to talk about Yaku because that's important. But the 33rd, if you don't understand, it's 360 degrees to a circle, and then to create a sphere is 360 times 360 because those are flat planes of existence, and it takes 360 circles rotating to create a sphere, and it takes that sphere to create a cell, and it takes that cell to create a zygote, and it takes that zygote breaking up into mini cells that form around each other, 360 degrees again, infinitely, to create your body. Then you shouldn't be fucking with trying to become a Mason if you don't know at least that first. But that's what I was trying to say, and I'm not trying to disrespect anybody. What I'm saying is, when your friend is pulling you in, he shouldn't be pulling you in. He should be telling you, yo, bro, this is some deep shit. I don't really know what the fuck I'm getting myself into or have gotten myself into. I just know this kind of feels like my path. I was either born into a family of it or I was born to learn it, and I'm trying to follow God because Masons don't have a religious belief in the sense of you can be any known religious belief on the earth. So Mason can call me in, not a low-level person. I'm not trying to be funny. If you're in the 30th degree, 33rd, if you feel like talking and call in or whatever and say, hey, he knows what he's talking about with this part right here, or he doesn't, yeah, that's what I'm saying, call in. So now what I'm saying to you is, if you're a low-level person, you don't sit there and be like, hey, bro, yeah, come on. No, you're supposed to just answer questions that you can and let them come in. And you know that a Mason can be any religious belief on the earth because Masonics has nothing to do with your religious beliefs. It has to do with existence. This is black magic. And we're not talking about bad stuff. We're getting into Satan. We're getting into being a Haitian. Being a Haitian is deep. You don't understand. I'm not Haitian. And I invite Haitians to call up and tell me I'm wrong in this. When you're from Haiti, you're into some shit that most people from the rest of the globe, unless you're in the African Congo, are not into. But you're expected because Haiti, I don't think I'm wrong, maybe I am, Queen Elizabeth is head of state over Haiti. I might be wrong with that. She's head of a state over a lot of nations, over a lot of islands. Oh, she controls 33%. Isn't that funny? Queen Elizabeth owns outright, without the crown, 33% of the physical surface of the earth, not including the oceans, but we won't discount that. And so she's head of state, I think, of like 50 different countries, including the United States. The president answers to Queen Elizabeth. Our dollar in the United States is hers. Our rupee in India is hers. Our whatever, wherever, is hers. She owns it. She leases that money out in the form of being called a dollar into the United States or being a rupee to India, so on and so forth. And so with that said, the reason I brought this up is when you're in Haiti, you believe in voodoo, Santeria, all these deep, dark black magics, but you have to be a Catholic. And so anybody could call in and talk about Catholicism and keep it real, because we can get into the whole thing about how everybody wants to accuse Queen Elizabeth of being a Satanist. Oh, she walks around with this type of thing on her belt and this here, and look, that really represents Lucifer and all. We can go into that, But again, Lucifer isn't bad. So if you're a Haitian, then you're growing up in this atmosphere of having to, be a Catholic according to what Caucasian people in the United States view Catholics as, not England, because people in England or the Great Britain, they understand the truth of it. So you're in the United States and you're Catholic, you're kind of like a removed Christian. And so you're looking at Haiti as this island with these black people on it, and they submit themselves to Queen Elizabeth, but they fucking do voodoo, and I heard they worship Satan. So you're a confused Caucasian person in the United States who has no clue what a Haitian is. A Haitian person who worships Lucifer is as close to being Illuminati, is as close to being God, is as close to being an alien as you can get almost on the earth, unless you go over to the Congo, because that's just what Haiti is. Next to that, from my understanding of things, is Jamaica. Everybody who fought off the advancement of manifest destiny of people who came here from other countries who were not black to take over their islands, those people stayed with their religions below. So you'll see Haitian people, they worship Satan openly. They get criticized for it. They likely, here's the funny part, here's the part you should have all be listening to. If HAARP had anything to do with the earthquake in Haiti almost 20 years ago, it had something to do with the fact that they do voodoo, because somebody doesn't like them doing voodoo. And it's fucked up that that's how people are, but the sad fact is, if you go into the United States and you go into the depths of the government in the United States, the depths of the government of the United States is run by so many deep, dark magics, it's not even fucking funny. When you want to talk about the FBI...
With you saying that, does that mean, like, I guess this goes into, like, my confusion, because I get really confused, like, who's the good guys and who's the bad guys? I mean, like, for a long time, I believed that these Luciferians were controlling the world, and then I come to find, like, maybe that's not exactly how it is, but who would be the bad guys then? Are there different factions of the Illuminati? Is there, like, a good side and a bad side? Or are there just tons of different factions with their own personal agendas? Or is the devil involved in this at all? Or are some people following God and some people following the devil? Like, is there any way you could kind of relay to me and us how this all fits together?
Okay, I'm going to answer that and keep me on track to make sure I answer every part of it before I go into other stuff a little bit later on. The Illuminati is, we created, I'm not going to say George Lucas was Illuminati. I'll just say it like this. Star Wars is as close of a depiction as you can get of what's actually going on, not only on this world, but on others. They tried it with Star Trek. It didn't work so hot. And then when they made Star Wars, they were like spot on. When Darth Vader was originally a Jedi, and then he went over to the dark side, that's what happens. So, Illuminati is just a word. It basically describes in, you could say it's Sumerian, you could say it's Latin. Latin came from Sumerian, and you know how that stuff goes, but it's basically saying ill, not, then lum, light, then not t, of. So you're basically saying something that's light, that's not light. It's about something that's not light. So it's kind of like the word illogical. Illogical is saying it doesn't make sense because you put ill in the front, but in illogical, there's logic. So there's logic in there, but it doesn't make sense. So the Illuminati is light, but it doesn't have light. So the things you can know that are closest to that is the human cranium, which is why skulls are so important. We can get into skull and bones and, all these different things like that. Your skull hides your brain. Your brain is a massive energy that is physical and hides an even bigger massive energy, which is light. So I think you might remember when they depict Christ sometimes, they show him with in certain older pictures where he has this red diamond on his forehead and it lets out light. And so, people talk about the third eye and things of this nature. But your cranium holds that all in. It doesn't show it. That's important because that's what makes it a secret. That's how our secrets are formed. Your secret is basically that you are something, but something is hiding that. That a secret doesn't make it bad. A secret just means it needs to be protected for whatever reason. You saw in National Treasure, with I forget the actor's name, but everybody saw National Treasure, so you know what actor I'm talking about. But
I think that's Nick Cage.
when, yeah, remember I think it was in part 1 or part 2 when the FBI agent showed him his Freemason ring. Yeah.
It's so long ago I saw that. Probably.
Oh, okay. When they found the treasure or whatever, and he was like, "Yeah, that's not our treasure, but we guard it." And so he was the FBI agent was letting Nicolas Cage know that he's part of the Freemasons, and that they were just kind of keeping an eye on him while he ran around putting all these clues together to find what he found. And in a sense, they needed that help to find what they were trying to find so that they could protect it. But in another sense, other Masons above even him already knew where it was. But they just let him run around, but they didn't stop him. And that was, I don't know if anybody drew any of that from the movie, but that's what that was about. So now, going back exactly to what you said about, is there different factions? Is Lucifer this? And I kind of got lost in some of it towards the end, and you could put me on track back at the beginning.
Well, I guess what confuses me, like, personally, is like a little while ago I started to kind of see the other perspective on Lucifer, I guess you could say, and it really opened up a lot of questions. Like, okay, if Lucifer isn't as bad as people say, then why are these Illuminati people so into worshiping Lucifer? I mean, aren't they bad, and aren't they programming us with all this terrible stuff?
Yo, I know this dude. I'm not gonna say his name. If he ever hears it, he's gonna know, because when we talk, he always be like, "I love you, bro." He'd be like, "No homo." He'd be like, "But I love you for saying that," and that's what I'm saying to you right now. I love you for saying that, just like that, because most people don't have that thought, and that's what the problem with the world is. When you get yourself past anything, be it how you feel about people, how you feel about things, God, or whatever, when you allow yourself to open your mind, other questions get created. So now that's perfect. Hey, if Lucifer isn't bad, but the Illuminati is bad, but the Illuminati worships Lucifer, that means that the Illuminati must not be bad. But something's wrong here. Because if the Illuminati is bad, that must mean that Lucifer's bad. So that creates confusion. So you have to hold on to one of those things. You have to grab that whatever tiger by the tail. I'm seeing this in my head. I don't know if I'm putting it correctly out there to y'all. If any of you, I love saying the high thing for some reason tonight. I stopped doing drugs when I came. I know we didn't even finish talking about that. I was undercover for the purpose of learning, not for putting anybody in jail. I'm secret police. I know I said all that shit like that. But the Illuminati is secret police. We control the world, and you got to know what's going on in the world in order to control it. So, that part of my cover, I emerged from it. I did what I was doing for like 2 years, emerged from that, and I remember certain parts of it. So it just happens because we're talking about all this craziness right now that I'm thinking about this, where I'm saying, if you're high right now, and I say to you, you have to grab one of those tigers by the tail. Like me, I had that little thing in my head, like if you ever did, I never done it, but if you ever did, what is that they used to put on stamps that the CIA created? What was that drug?
LSD.
LSD. People trip every once in a while. If you stop doing LSD, same thing if you've ever, we'll say, smoke woolies, and probably if you do just regular weed too. If you stop doing it for years or decades or whatever, every once in a while your brain, you have a brain cell that goes back to that, and that's what I'm having right now. Imagine in your head, you got these two tigers running, and they're not running at you, they're running away from you, or they're just resting right there. And you just prompted to grab these tigers by the tail. You're not going to grab both of them because both of your hands are occupied, and who knows what the fuck could happen. Now you grab one tiger by the tail, it wakes up. It's trying to get you, but it's got to bite its tail to bite you, kind of, sort of. The other tiger's standing there, and the other tiger wants to bite you, but it might bite the other tiger. So in a sense, you're safe. What you know is these tigers are intertwined. The truth of one tiger is the truth of the other tiger. And I know I go off on tangents, and I know I'm long-winded with trying to say like something that could probably be said in a sentence, but my brain don't work that way. So what I'm basically saying to you is, if Lucifer is this way, and you've got an understanding of him, then anything he's connected to should be that way also, and vice versa. So that's what people, they don't look deep into it. So I'm kind of remembering the other thing you were saying. It's like, okay, you know, in the United States, you have the government. The government in the United States is deep, dark black, deep, deep, deep black, because we're the new world for every other world here. Every government that's out here, every government, no matter where you come from on the earth, their go-to guy is the U.S. government, because they sent people here to form the U.S. government. It's kind of like Vegas. When someone says what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, and people go to Vegas to do their dirt, and then they go home. And even if you were married and you cheated on your wife and it happened in Vegas, you might have the type of wife who's like, well, listen, it happened in Vegas. I expect shit like that. But if your ass had cheated on me in California, we'd be getting a fucking divorce right now. I'd be taking the house and the kids. So this United States is Vegas. So we all know Vegas holds some deep, dark secrets. The United States is deep, dark, and it's supposed to be that, because it's supposed to be the light. And that's what I'm trying to say when I say Illuminati and I say Lucifer. Lucifer is supposed to represent darkness, but he's the carrier of the light. If he holds his hand around the light, it becomes blackness again, and everybody gets lost. So you're lost without Satan. Trust me on that. You've probably heard it in Christianity, which is why Muslims don't like Christians, because Christians think they know so much, but they don't know shit. Think about this for a second. You've heard it before in church. If there was no Satan, you wouldn't be able to appreciate God. You've heard it in school. You've heard it from your parents. If there was no bad, you wouldn't be able to appreciate good. If you didn't go through hurt and suffering like Jesus did, then you wouldn't be able to appreciate the good times. And it has nothing to do necessarily with religion. It has more to do with you having an understanding of degrees of whatever. So if I'm Satan and I'm holding a candle and I blow it out, now it's all darkness. Who's bearing the light? The light is knowledge. When the light comes on, you can see all things. You can see that I'm Satan. You can see that there's deeper darkness around me. If there's little kids running around, you can see little kids. If there's a squirrel climbing up a tree, you can see that. If your parents are telling you, don't go that way, that's the wrong way to go, you can see that. But if Satan blows out that light, you can't see shit. So is he the bad guy or he's the good guy? There's no such thing as good. There's no such thing as bad. There only is. And that's what the Illuminati is. That's what all things are. That's what you are when you're an atheist. You're an atheist because you're fucking confused. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm saying that's a good thing. Being confused is what you are before you learn shit. When you get programmed like we all do when you're born, people are filling your head with all this shit. Doctors are injecting you with shit. They're removing shit from your body. Nobody tells you about this. And so you come up alongside your parents who are teaching you all of this shit, and there's parts of most of us who are like, that's fucking bullshit. But I don't know why it's bullshit yet, and I don't even know what bullshit is because I don't know what the fucking word means. But somewhere inside of you, what you're learning is bullshit. And when you get to be about 9, 10, 11 years old, you start realizing what actually bullshit means and what actually bullshit is, and you start seeing it in your life. And so you'll understand that if you hate the devil, then that's misguided hatred. If we'll say it that way. You shouldn't, first of all, have hatred. That's a bad thing to have. We could talk about that another time or whatever. But Satan is the good guy. God, in that sense, from Satan's perspective, is the bad guy, the way Satan is made to be in the Bible. I can't speak about other religions. I know a little bit more about Christianity than I do with regards to reading, say, a Quran or any Buddhist text or whatever. So I can say in the Bible, the biblical version of it, it should be that God hated Satan because Satan turned on him. So he cast Satan out of heaven, a flame, and Satan fell to the ground. He hated him that much that he set him on fire and cast him out of his kingdom to some place where he had to learn how to survive. If any of you have ever been kicked out of the house by your parents, that should touch you right to your fucking soul. Because your parents say, my rules, my house, if you don't like them, get the fuck out. They don't really mean it. They don't think you have the balls to leave. So at whatever age you are, be it 10 years old or 20 years old, you grab your shit in the middle of the night or in the daytime, and you trek it. And if you got enough money in your pocket, you jump on a bus or a subway, and most people choose to head to Cali because they want to be an actor. I don't know why that happens. But the point being, at that point, your parents allegedly hate you. Now they hate you because you actually fucking left. They know they're losing you, but it's not really hate. And so that's what the understanding is supposed to be here. So does that make God now the bad guy? That makes God the jealous God. Satan doesn't want to listen to God anymore. So Satan leaves God's kingdom. Think about this for a second. Has anybody ever thought about the fact that Satan held powers that, even if you want to go from a biblical perspective and say that God is the high commander, the high chief, that's like saying who's in power right now, and I don't know. Okay, let's go with North Korea. Kim Jong-un, he's still in power, yeah?
Yeah, he's still around, absolutely.
All right, so let's go with, in North Korea, Kim, dude, don't get mad at me. I'm just keeping it real. Dennis Rodman, don't get mad at me. I'm just keeping it real. I hope all y'all caught that one. So if you're dealing with Kim Jong-un, then he's surrounded by people who hate him. Some people respect and love him, but there's a lot of people around him who hate him because they know at any moment he could just flip on you and be like off with his head or some shit. But with that said, that creates this whole atmosphere of the jealous God who's like, oh, you don't want to listen to me and do what I tell you? So, get the fuck out of here, and you're the bad guy. And it's like, no, Satan is saying to God, no, you're the bad guy. So that's like anybody who leaves North Korea, it's like Kim Jong-un is the bad guy. If you're in North Korea, you have respect for him because you see what he's trying to do, so he's the good guy. Who are we or any country to tell anybody else they can't have nuclear weapons? That's some real shit right there. So let's touch on that for a second and what I'm trying to say. Everybody has the right to protect themselves. Not everybody has the ability to handle something like that and do it correctly and utilize it or not utilize it. Nobody's ever supposed to utilize them. They're supposed to be pawns on a chessboard. You kind of never, no, let's say the king. You never give up your king because you want your king to win. You don't sacrifice your king, so you never use a nuke. The nuke is to let everybody know that you have it just in case everybody wants to show their fucking ass. So you can't tell this guy over here he can have a knife, but this guy over here he can't have one. So if you're in North Korea, you're respecting this man because he's the type of motherfucker who don't play. Everybody, I personally feel, and that's how I would run the U.S. or the world. I'd run it like North Korea is run. If you're a fucking dickhead and you turn on me, you're a dead motherfucker. That's just, I think that's real. That's keeping it right? Because what happens with everything else in the world? If you let this guy who turns on you go off over there into that corner, he's going to form his own society, which one day is going to look to take you out. So preventive medicine, preventive measures, which is how black operations functions, counterterrorism works, is if you turn on me, I have to take you out. So you can't fault that man for feeling how he feels, however that came about. And so that's how he runs his country. You can't just walk up to him, walk into his country and fuck him over. It's not happening. However, if you're in his country, you're probably scared of him. Part of that is fear. And that's what Satan had for God, fear. But at some point, Satan said, I don't fear you anymore. I respect you, but you should respect that you gave me enough info that I could carry out what you're doing in my own way that won't hurt you, that will make you a bigger and better whatever you are. Kind of like when you're a zygote and you keep splitting off and you become a baby, it won't happen unless the cells keep dividing. Every time those cells divide, they miss each other. They stay together. That's what magnetism is, in case no one ever told any of you. Magnetism is the state of wanting something away from you but not too far because you love it and appreciate it. You need it away from you so it can develop and become its own. But you need it close enough so you can still be there, kind of like your parents. Every once in a while you fall, you ran away from home, you get out there, you went out to Cali, some fucking pimp is trying to pick you up. You're like, I fucked up. Ma, can you send me $40 so I can come back home? And I'm not saying I agree with you guys, but I don't think I'm ready for the streets yet. Your parents love you. They hate that you left. In a way, they hated you because you left. But they're like, our door is always open. There's very few parents who'll be like, go fuck yourself. You can stay out in the fucking streets. They might do that for a week or two to teach you a lesson, but that's not the truth of things. And that's what your cells do. And so that's what should be the understanding when you have, like, say, North Korea. But the problem is we don't have a world that completely functions like that. Now, let's make this a nice big bow on this. I'm not saying it's finished with what I'm trying to say, but I want to tie these things together. Satan and God, the United States black ops and deep black this and black magic, Haiti worshiping the devil, parts of Africa worshiping the devil, the queen worshiping the devil, but on the surface appearing to worship God. What happens is, in a perfect world, you can run away and become something bigger and better that represents what you came from. So that equivocates to someone leaving North Korea, going out into the U.S., starting your own nation, and functioning in the same way Kim Jong-un does. But this is not a perfect world, and human beings, as you've been taught, which is true in the Bible or whatever other religion, are subject to failure, subject to doing things wrong. So only imagine letting someone leave North Korea and just leave. Just go. It's like, dude, why the fuck are you leaving? You see how fucked up the rest of the world is. Oh, well, I think I should spread our message and our love around the world of who we are and what our people are and what we believe. Because, I mean, if you really want to get real, I love the fuck out of South Korea. You just don't understand. I think South Korea, North Korea too, Korea in general, one people, but South Korea has made some of the greatest films I've ever seen in my life. And I'm glad I get the chance to say this to a lot of you, because I put it on Twitter, I put it on Facebook. I got 42 friends on Facebook. I've got 400 something people on Twitter. That ain't nothing. And so when I get on these places and I say the shit that I'm saying, it doesn't impact enough people. I want you all to understand something, everybody. The greatest movies I've ever seen in my life, and perhaps 3 of the greatest films I've ever seen, were South Korean and or North Korean. They're mixed, and they involve the U.S. too and some other countries. Those are Iris 2, and Athena, Goddess of War. Bro, have you ever seen any of those?
No, I haven't seen those ones.
They are the greatest works of art I've ever seen of any movie, TV show I've ever seen in my life. And knowing myself, I got to say this a lot because I've watched a lot of shit. Part of the way, I'll say this because it's going into some secret stuff, but you need to know, people in general need to know and understand this, because I want to give an outside perspective of what the Illuminati is. And wait, I don't know what I'm really trying to say. I just say it. Okay, we communicate by telepath. We communicate in ways that cannot be tracked. We communicate in things such as, okay, this is good why I'm saying this. If anybody remembers Tom Cruise standing on Oprah Winfrey's couch years ago and shouting out that he was a Scientologist, remember that?
Oh yeah, that was pretty crazy.
Yeah, because everybody was like, Tom Cruise lost his fucking mind. He's jumping on the couch, he's like, I'm a Scientologist, and he goes on to tell people that the Bible is a hologram. And to this day, most people don't know what the fuck he was talking about, and most people have forgotten about it. But I want to bring that back up because this is very important, especially when you look at the movies he makes. It's all tied together. Hologram. The Illuminati communicates by simple things like this. If I write a Bible, I know that the Bible will be read by millions and billions of people for all time to come. If I put coded information into the Bible and I hand it to you as someone who's just starting out into Freemasonics, you will, as you're being taught, this is not secret, so nobody get mad at me. Everybody knows this shit. You should. You'll know what to read in the Bible to know certain things you're supposed to know at the level you're at. As you move up, you'll learn more in decoding, like ciphers and codes, to know what other things mean. So it's basically to say the Bible is a code book. The Bible isn't something for you people to be worshiping, to be following so intently, to base your decisions on how you want to lead your life and how you feel about others and relationships and all of these things. The Bible is a code book. It's a hologram for many different types of religions. Again, Masonics existed before it was Freemasons. They were Masons, builders. That goes back to the beginning of time. Masonics has always been around. If that was even part of your question, possibly. You didn't really ask me about the skull and bones things, but it's the same thing. Remember, after you die, your skull and bones are still here. Some of the first things that are formed when you become a zygote is your skeletal system, your nervous system, your skeletal system. And when you start splitting up and you actually decide what you want to be as a creature, your skeletal system starts to form. So it's kind of like the Marines. It was that first one's in, last one's out. That's why it's so important if you go into the service, if you want to be diversified and you want to have a true understanding of life, you become a Marine. Few, the proud, the Marines. By the way, I need to say this. I want to say this real quick. I don't know if I had told you. I was talking to somebody else about it, I think, where there was a thing posted by like the New York Times or somebody. I might be getting that wrong, where they had put up there the few, the proud, the white, because it's being said that the Marines are being very discriminatory in their practices of promoting black people to, say, generals, things of this nature. And they give instances of why they say this is true. And so, like, if you are a Marine and you are prejudiced, I'm telling you, I'm saying it just like this. This is the part where I say black operations in the Illuminati supersedes everything. And this is the part where I say God supersedes everything. A Marine's life is in God's hands. When you join the Marines, it's sacred. It's not you're coming out of fucking high school. You love the fucking United States. Everybody got Marines, but I'm just talking about the U.S. for a moment. You love the fucking U.S. Your father was a Marine. Your granddaddy was a Marine. You're all white supremacists. I want to be in the Marines. And I'll be goddamned if I become a general and I'm going to make a fucking nigger a general. That's not what the Marines is for. The Marines are marginal. The Marines are mermaids. If no one's ever taught you. When you become a Navy SEAL, if you ever reach the level of becoming a Black SEAL, and I'm not a Black SEAL, I'm part of the Black Navy, the one that doesn't exist, the one that created the Space Force before Donald Trump talked about it. That's what I'm part of. That's all Illuminati. The Marines were formed based on the fact that Queen Elizabeth understood that she needed to be able to conquer the seas in order to cross the globe and take over the globe. With that said, back in those days, we're talking about the 1500s, not this Queen Elizabeth, one way before her, and to women who were before Queen Elizabeth, before there was a United Kingdom, before there was an England, so on and so forth, they were battling mermaids. And if I sound real fucked up and crazy of all the stuff I've talked to you about or said today so far, anybody, do your fucking research. You will see that many civilizations have battled mermaids throughout history. Lost City of Atlantis, all that shit. And so she understood, because England battled mermaids before England had their navy, they battled mermaids. They wouldn't go out into the ocean, and most nations, even African nations, would not venture out into the ocean to cross it to see if something was on the other side because they were scared of mermaids. Every time they got in a fucking canoe, mermaids killed their asses. Every time they made anything resembling a boat, mermaids killed their asses. You know why the Vikings were able to travel around? Because the Vikings were some crazy motherfuckers. And the first Vikings, in case nobody ever told you, who traveled by ocean, learned how to build their craft from their ancestors who were aliens. And the first sets of Vikings who were blonde hair and blue-eyed, they were aliens. Those were Nordic Viking aliens. They were not human beings. They had the balls and the guts to go on the ocean and to withstand mermaids coming on board and fighting them, mermaids tearing their ships apart, their vessels apart, because remember, back then, everything was held together by sinew, either by animal or by vegetable material. So when they tied logs together, they were tied together. Mermaids back then had teeth, they still do, had real sharp teeth, and they would bite and rip and tear at these vessels as they crossed the ocean. Again, might sound crazy to you, but do your fucking research. If you got to go over to England yourself and ask Queen Elizabeth, ask her. She'll tell you I'm not a fucking nut. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. So the Vikings crossed over the ocean, and they were like, oh, shit, okay, well, this is more than a navy. Bro, we went from one shore to this new world, and we're the first ones here. Marines. Marino. Marino comes from mer. Mer. M-E-R meaning water. Mermaid, merman, merperson. And as far as they were concerned, they had defeated a level in a pyramid, a level in Masonics, a level in spirituality, a level in religion by conquering the ocean across these creatures whom the ocean belonged to. And so I hope right now, those of you who are really high or like really mind blown, I know you're mind blown because you're like on that level already. You know what I'm saying, bro?
Yeah, that's the mermaid one is new to me. I'm surprised I haven't come across that before because I think of myself as pretty well studied, but it does make sense. I heard something similar that there were actually dog-headed people that were like a real thing that were recorded in history that actual humans had real battles with. So the idea that there could be like mermaids is not that far out to me knowing what I know.
Exactly. They have pictures of it. Famous people. I would like to say Picasso. I would like to say Rembrandt painted pictures of battles between mermaids and humans in, say, like England or Italy or Ireland back, I think, like the 16 or 1700s, something way back like that. And so that was the basis of naval operations. So today, from that, you have things like the Secret Boat Service. There's a really good movie. I forgot the name of it, but if you type in movie Secret Boat Service, it touches on that a little bit because most people don't know that there is a Secret Boat Service or whatever, and most people don't have enough respect for like steel things and Navy things. You know, that can go a whole different way. I'm going to explain something to you. I'm going to touch on something that's going to be really, really, I don't know how to really say this. I'm going to just jump in and jump out with what I'm about to say. I'm not trying to offend anybody. For anybody who is gay, the song, the whole thing with, what were they called? The Village People. Remember the Village People?
Oh yeah.
All right. That was done on purpose to make people hate gay people. The Illuminati had nothing to do with that. We run the movie industry, the music industry, to this, to that. We run the earth, but we don't. It's like somebody living in your house. I'm going to keep toggling back and forth because I still got to answer your question about, you know, the blackness and Lucifer and the Illuminati bad. I'm trying to do all of those together. I know I'm jumping around, but hopefully you guys are following me. So there was that point in time where they were like, listen, we don't like homosexuality. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to paint the village in New York. Remember, the village in New York, for any of you who have been there, has nothing to do with gay people. It has to do with a place that's really artsy, where there are things you can find in the Western Hemisphere that you won't find unless you go to another part of the world. If you go to the village in New York, you can find art, clothing, music, all different things you won't find anywhere else in New York or in the rest of the country, except maybe if you go to L.A., which again, it's all tied together, gets painted as a place where only the homosexuals are. So this was all the village people, though a lot of homosexual people were like, oh, we finally got our own group. I know there was a lot of people who was happy. That wasn't made for you to be happy. That was made to cause, today to try to cause race wars, what they're doing. That was made for people to hate gay people. So what did you have in there? Because I'm going to fuck this up and you can help me out with it. You had an Indian. What are we all taught to hate? Indians. You had a guy from the Navy. What are we all taught to hate? The armed forces. The Navy. The Navy is the most powerful unit because they get to cross oceans and cause commotion. Nobody else does that, not even the Air Force. You had, wait a minute, who we have so far? The cowboy. Why the fuck do we have a cowboy in there? I don't know why we had the cowboys. Somebody don't like cowboys and they want to hate cowboys. But the village people was constructed for you guys to hate them. So maybe even the people who are part of the group don't realize this. Maybe nobody physically stepped up to them. This gets into illumination, and this gets into everything else, the opposite of illumination. When you come together as a group with a bunch of friends, and you say, like they might have all been homosexual or not, and said, let's form this group. We got to represent. You be a cowboy, you be an Indian. We're going to diversify this to represent all these different. You don't know what spiritual force guided them to feel that way and think that way. But these same, and this goes right to what you were asking me, these same spiritual forces, it's not called the devil, it's not called Satan, it doesn't have a name that you know. If you do black magic, bad black magic and utilize it for black operations, and you get lost in it and lose your soul in it, then you understand partially, very partially, the name, the identity of the forces that move it. It's many. It's not one. That's why it's called Legion. When you watch any of these satanic movies, they say we are Legion. Even in the Bible, when it spoke to Christ, so you should remember this one. It was something like somebody who was possessed spoke to Christ, and they said we are Legion. You remember that?
Oh, absolutely. That's one that I actually think about quite a bit.
That's what that is, because it's not a force of one. It's a force of many. Because when you take down one, and the one, if there's no head, the Illuminati has no head. These entities, these beings, or whatever they are, or entities, or spiritual whatevers that control the world. I have to get back. I have to define that again. The Illuminati is the good guys. We work for God, the spiritual God. This is God's house. This is God's body. God is alive. God is lit. God is Satan. I know I'm fucking you up with that one, everybody, but God is the light. Lucifer is the light. God is a living being, a living entity. Therefore, it is the light. It does not exist. It exists. So God is Satan. God is Satan, and God is also Jesus and all these other things. They're brothers. They're two sides of a different coin. I'll explain the Satan thing in a second if I remember jumping from tangent to tangent. But the point being that the Illuminati being Satan, Satan being good. Oh shit, I'm getting lost. Okay, hold on. Let me jump back to the village people because I lost myself for a second. The forces. Oh yeah, the forces that bind them together. Okay, so you have these forces. You have a house which is under control. This is God's body, and in God's body, it's like you have in your house. Imagine if you rent your house out to somebody, right? We haven't all, because I haven't yet. A lot of us have been through owning a house or having an apartment, subletting, or leasing out our house, renting out our house or whatever. And so you get these people in your house who you find out they shouldn't be in your house for whatever reason, but you're in a contract. Notice how all these things have a contract. Selling your soul has a contract. When you do things in government, it has a contract, and government is never good. There's a contract. And so that contract binds you no matter what else happens, almost, short of certain really horrible things. And most people never come to be that horrible when they're renting your house. They don't just start ripping the fucking walls out and knocking the ceiling down because they're living in it. So if they don't do that, there's no reason for you by law to be able to kick them out. So you got these people you're renting to, and you find out, you really shouldn't have them there. Guess who doesn't own or control your house anymore? It's yours on paper, but it's not really yours. That's what's going on in the world. The Illuminati has lost control over this world and other worlds and other dimensions and over life and over spirituality and over death, because every prophet has conquered death and conquered birth. We have lost control as individuals, meaning in the group and outside. You as an individual, every one of us, has lost control of our lives. We're not in control of our own bodies anymore. We don't even control what we eat, drink. We don't control when we go to sleep because we have to work 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 jobs. We don't control anything. We've lost control of our house. That's the equivalent of the Illuminati losing control of the globe, and that's the equivalent of you having these dark black forces that now control the world, control everything. And you get to this abyss when you study black magic, or anything for that matter that goes way too far out there. Like we're talking about rabbit holes right now. You get to this abyss where you're looking over it and you're like, do I really want to go there? I've gone this far. I can't become a master this, a master that, unless I can conquer that right there. But you can't conquer it because it's unconquerable. It's a mass. It's a legion. There's no one who's the head of it. Remember, conquering something means you become the head of it. Means you have control of it. You can utilize it the way you want to. You cannot utilize the darkness the way you want to at the depths we're talking about. So now, even though I'm jumping off on all these fucking tangents, it's so beautiful. You got to appreciate how I can bring back into play things such as the person who chatted in and said, discuss, the levels above black. It's the same thing as going into that darkness. You get a certain far way out, and then you can go further. But if you decide to go further, there's a really good chance you won't come back from it. And that's where we're at in terms of black operations, classified budgets, black magic. Understand that I gotta go back to the whole Haitian thing. I know there's a couple of Haitians out there. Like, I want him to tie this Haitian thing up because I'm not really understanding how to feel about this dude. Let me get there. You go back to the Haitian thing. They have a respect for what Satan truly is, not the respect that Americans have, not the respect for a lot that the other religions have. The respect for the truth. Satan is a little boy who grew up. And he said, you've taught me all you can teach me. Now I'm going to go out and I'm going to become something greater than what you are. And God's saying, yeah, but I'm saying, though, are you going to like at least call once a week, write me? Are you going to stop in? You're going to do this? That's the truth of everything. The lie is Christianity, where we have this devil and we have this God, and the devil does bad things. God is good. But the people who run the world, they're mostly Christian, and the world is all fucked up. And there are people who don't believe in anything, who are a better person than most Christians are, and generally a better person than most people in most religions, because they don't hold themselves, they're not binding themselves to a contract. And so you getting lost in that means that you become part of the mass, the whole. There you are, you're a Mason. So you don't go into Masonics unless you understand anything I've just said. As twisted and jumping around or whatever, jumping aroundish, is that even a word? Jumping aroundish is what I've just said so far is, you got to understand, if you haven't been following everything I've just said, do not try to become a Freemason. Because there becomes a point at 33 degrees is what you know of, where you're going to travel further past that. You might reach that in this lifetime, 360 degrees. Most people won't. Most people won't reach beyond maybe the 36th or 37th degree. I don't know how many 40th, 50th, 60 degree Masons are out there. You'll never know, and I'll never know. If I know some, I can't talk about it. But I'm saying the point being, you got to understand how these things are so beautifully tied together into this abyss. Everything goes back to this abyss, this darkness. So again, you have this Lucifer, the bearer of light. It's like, who gave him that job in the first place? Why isn't Jesus carrying the light? Jesus has the light in his heart. You've seen the pictures of that with the picture. Lucifer carries his light on the outside. It's like carrying your heart on your sleeve. You open yourself up to criticism. You open your heart up to getting broken. If you carry your heart in your sleeve and you're in a relationship, he carries the light in his hand. So if that light goes out, there is no light. You got to respect Satan. Satan is the reason that all things exist. Satan is the reason we're all here right now. You want to hear some really fucked up and twisted shit? Satan is the reason that Israel exists. If there was never a Hitler, there would never be a state of Israel. Satan is the reason that Mossad exists. If there was never a state of Israel, there would never have been Mossad. Mossad goes around and keeps everybody else in check because Mossad relies on religion. If you know nothing of Mossad, know that they're not Jews. They do not follow any Hebrew text, the Torah, the Tanakh. They don't follow any of that because to do what they do, they're not allowed to. They have to go around and get rid of bad people off the earth. That's what God does. That's what God did when he allegedly set Satan on fire, which didn't happen. But if we want to say it happened and Satan was bad, that's what was going on. So God is Mossad at that point. And we can translate this to CIA. We could translate this to GRU. We can translate this to BND, to ISS, to so many other operations from different countries where you say, okay, well, they're a part of the shit that's going on. The CIA, we know, runs cocaine, controls cocaine and heroin, controls the global slaves market, controls everything. You know, we for a short second, we were talking about whether we were going to kind of talk about that when I got on the thing or whatever. You know, like I said, I'll let certain things fly, and certain things are truths. And it's not a matter about it being a secret or oh, you shouldn't talk about this. No, you should talk about pretty much everything, because we're all like little kids sitting around. No, I'm jumping on a tangent, but you're gonna like this one. We're all basically little kids sitting around a campfire without parents. How many of you have you ever been on a camping trip with your parents?
Oh yeah.
Didn't they tell you stuff on the camping trips that they never discussed when you were in the house?
It was so long ago, probably.
Yeah, they kind of let loose a little bit about work, about relationships, about everything. Things start to kind of come out and drip out while you're all sitting there. Like if you're a little kid, you're looking at your parents, you're like, what are they talking about right now? They're talking about around a campfire. You know, it could have been an argument that your mother and father had, and it kind of leaks out. But usually your mother and father may not argue around you because they're adults and that's adult business. But around the campfire, it's like you're all really, look at what's going on. Think about this for a second. Look at what I just brought up. You're all around the fire. Satan, fire. Isn't that interesting?
Yes, absolutely.
That's with everybody. The Boys Club of America. The what do you call it? When you go on what do you call it? When you go on the camping trips and you're in what is it called? What is it called?
Oh,
I just said it, but I didn't say it right.
boy. Well, one thing that really stuck out that you just said just now was that thing about God lighting Satan on fire. Like that just strikes a chord with me because that's sort of my interpretation of Satan. Like he's constantly burning all the time. Like something about his consciousness or being in hell. I don't know what it is, but it's like he's on fire.
I never thought about that. Again, bro, fantastic. That's because you have such an open mind. I don't know how many people do. I bet you somewhere in some church, someone said it. Church, synagogue, wherever, someone's probably said it. Okay, so I want to look at that for a second, just for a second, because I know we were talking about other things. So let's psychoanalyze that. If Satan is bad, he's constantly on fire. God is the one who set him on fire. God could have just let him leave heaven. Instead of casting him out, he could have just said, hey, listen, we're not going to get along. I see we're not going to get along here. You go out your way, I go about mine. Satan leaves. Satan does his own thing. So would Satan have become such an evil, fucked up person or individual and do the things he does? Because our understanding of what we're taught of Satan is that he looks to corrupt God's children. He looks to turn you from being an angel into a demon. There's certain rules he follows, but that's still his goal because he gets satisfaction and enjoyment out of fucking you up. So the more holy you are, the more he comes at you. And all of us go through that in our life. And I'll just say for a second, it's not Satan that's doing that, but there is that going on. If you notice, it happens to me. I try to be the greatest motherfucker in the world. I try. And my life is complete shit. That's the experience that most of us in the Illuminati have. Again, like I'm jumping in and out of the whole Illuminati thing. I was at I said I wanted to make sure I completed the whole thing about the what do you call it, the Indian, the Navy. I got to jump back to that with the Navy and the homosexuality thing and all that stuff.
Well,
So
you kind of touched on something else that kind of makes me think because, like, okay, I hear of this time and time again, like people that sort of, they, like, not to say they get into Satan or they worship him, but they become more open about this Lucifer stuff and Satan stuff. It's like I hear time and time again their lives just totally go to crap, but we think like, oh, that's because you messed up and God's punishing you, but do we really know that for sure? How do we know like something doesn't want us to sort of experience a fall, if that makes sense?
It makes perfect sense. What when I just said it, like 2 or 3 things just went through my mind, and I'll grab the last one out of my mind while it's still fresh. When you go into the service, right? For anybody who's going into the service, or when you join a fraternity, they put you through a lot of shit. They don't put you through that bullshit because they just want to get their shit off and they're a dickhead. They put you through it because partly you can't appreciate good times without suffering, and partially because it builds character and partially because it builds you, period. Like, if you go into boot camp is a couple of weeks of, listen, right now we're at war, and you don't know shit about survival, and I'm going to kill you right now, and your job is to stay alive. That's what boot camp is. And so if you can make it through boot camp, there's no reason you shouldn't be able, there's no reason you shouldn't, I think that makes sense, right? There's no reason you shouldn't be able to make it through the rest of your training and the rest of your life, because you carry with you that suffering. So the reason I say that is because if you want to tie that to Satanists, to Satan in general, and to people, I mean, you run away from home. You run away from home and you go through a lot of shit. That builds character. That's like you're thrusting yourself into a boot camp. And you can't really become something great unless you suffer like that. And so if you're a Satanist, if you're someone who goes away from the church, whatever your religious beliefs might be, I'm going to say it like this. I know this is going to sound like fucked up to people who have children unless they're really open-minded, and to certain people who are, or whatever type of extremist. If you tell your kids, listen, this is what I am, this is how I came up, how my grandfather, whatever came up, our folks, my people, you're my child. And I'm not going to demand that you follow this route. What I'll say to you is, if you follow this route, you're guaranteed these certain couple of things to go these certain couple of ways in your life, in this world, and possibly the hereafter. However, if you divest, what's the other die word? There's another die word, like that movie. What's that movie called? Die something? Shit. What's the name of that movie? Because with D.I.
Die Hard?
Oh shit. Not that one. There's something like Diverge,
Divergent?
Divide. Is it Divergent?
Possibly.
That movie? That movie had two titles. It has a title before that, and then the name of that part two is something like Divergent or something. That movie, whatever that is, that's what I'm talking about, when you divide. So when you leave, if you leave from that, it's like, hey, listen, if you decide to leave from this particular religious belief or whatever we have, then you got to know and understand that you're not going to fit anywhere else in the world. You're not going to be any more a Christian, a Buddhist, here I go to Mohammedan again, right? A Mohammedan, a Catholic. You're going to be the word that each one of us use to describe someone who doesn't believe. And it always coincides with a belief in God, or even a belief in Satan. Like, if you're in church, if you're in a particular religious faction or whatever you want to call it, your belief is that you believe in God. So because you believe in God, you believe these ways, or vice versa. Once you leave from that, you're someone who just doesn't believe. And because you don't believe in this, you're bad. You're no good. And so that's like, again, Satan. But only imagine telling this to your children. I don't know. I'm going to say that everybody believes who's Christian. Okay, the Catholic Church controls the globe. We all know this. No matter what religion. We can toggle back and forth. Toggle's like my favorite word tonight, right? We can toggle back and forth between people saying that, okay, the Middle East hasn't been fully taken over. So they're trying to extinguish anything having to do with Muhammad, Muslims, Islam, and replace it with Christianity. That's not the truth. They're trying to replace it with Catholicism, which is actually a belief in Satan. And remembering, Muslims are like right on the other side of the coin from being Christians. This is what I mean by that. Muslims believe in God in that way, a good entity that if you go according to God's plan, God will protect you, God will love you, God will help you, God will shelter you. Christians are over here believing the same thing, but with a set of rules that are different than if you were a Muslim. So now, if you don't believe in any of that, and you're out there on your own, it's like, okay, well, you're the bad guy, But in that becoming that bad guy, that's how we have Baptists, Methodists, Pentecostals. That's how we have several. That's how we have actually probably. I know I'm jumping into dangerous waters right here. In several ways, I'm just going to say it, and please, somebody call in and correct me or chat in and correct me on this. I'm going to say this because maybe nobody ever thought about it. I just thought about it right this second. It's not like a held belief of mine. That's why you have a Quran and you have a Quran. You have two different books. And like, I've read some of each one. And what I always say and always wonder is, why are there two different ones? And someone, like I said, can call in and say, this is what this is and this is what this is based on. And I think a lot of us would like to hear that. But what I'm trying to say is, this is why you have so many different factions of everything. Because somebody stepped away and they said, I think you guys are pretty much right on the money, but something about that right there doesn't sit right with me. And if I'm going to devote my entire life, my eternal soul to this, I want it to be right. So I agree with 98% of what you're saying, but this 2%, I've got to find that 2% for myself, because the other 2% that you're trying to give me, I'm not staking my soul on that. And so that's why we have these differences. And again, it's like the zygote breaking off and it becomes a baby. It's like Satan allegedly being cast from heaven. I think that the truth of the matter is, Satan, if any of the Bible is true the way they're putting it, in that whole thing, because I'm going to correct the hell out of that in a moment. But let's go with that for a second. The true story would be more like Satan was like, I'm out. I'm about to bounce, and you can love me or hate me. I think Jay said that, right? You can love me or hate me, either or. You listen to Jay-Z?
Yeah, yeah, he's definitely one of the best of all time, no doubt.
Indeed, deep as fuck. I've always told people, I'm on it. I keep forgetting, bro. I make myself forget because I get stage fright. I don't have stage fright, but I think I have stage fright. I had stage fright, and it took the hour, it flew by before you called me. It was like 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, whatever. Okay, we'll say it like that, right? 4:30, 3:30, 2:30. I'm sitting there, but when it came up on that last, when it was like 4:01, I'm like, shit, 5 o'clock. I got to be on the radio. And then time just started flying, and I was scared shitless. And I was like, what have I gotten myself into? And I was just like, okay, when I get on the air, I'm gonna forget there's other people there, but I'll just remind myself as if I'm talking to a small group of people. But I went past when I followed you on Twitter. I saw that you have like 22,900 followers. Am I right?
Yeah, it took me a while to get there, but that's accurate.
Yeah. So I'm like, on your, I don't know how many people listen. How many people listen to your radio show?
Ooh, that's tough. I mean, between Apple and YouTube and just like downloading and streaming, I have no idea. Probably, my shows usually do between 5 and 10K altogether.
So how many people do you think are listening right now while we're actually doing this?
I couldn't tell you. I really have no idea.
We want to get those numbers high. It's just the funniest thing. Like I told you the other day, is I went through your thing and I was like, the numbers were low. Like when what was it? I think Facebook or something. You didn't have that many people. And then I'm looking at Twitter and like that doesn't even correspond. It doesn't make sense because the stuff you talk about, like I said, when you did the interview with what's his name that passed away? What's his name again? I forgot.
Oh, yeah. I'm drawing a mind blank, but the most famous UFO,
his name right now?
The most famous UFO researcher, Stanton Friedman.
Stanton Friedman, yeah. When you did that and I was listening to you, I'm like, this guy should have like tons and tons and tons and tons of followers. But everybody's closed mind. Again,
it's really not just that. It's they literally like they shadow ban me and they shut down my shows and they like purposely take it off of the the things that show everybody. They do all kinds of stuff like that to me. Like they have me in this little sandbox, so I put all this effort into what I'm doing, but like it doesn't go as far as I think it will. It's like one of their manipulative tricks they play on me.
Yeah, we were talking about that. Was it like a week or so ago? 2 weeks ago, we were talking about that. With the same thing they did to me with Facebook and same thing they did with the Illuminati. Like, so people don't know. Like, we had over 15,000 I can talk of. 15,000 pages between profiles and pages on Facebook, and most of those got shut down.
Yeah.
And so these people, nobody knows they're in the Illuminati. The only person you can know of that it's in the Illuminati is me. So I don't know if I had said that part. It's my job for you to know me, everyone to know me. Anyone else who says, I'm saying this is a blanket statement. This is real shit. So regardless of what anybody else tells you, everybody could be mad at me, whatever, but I'm not lying. Anyone else who says they're in the Illuminati, they're not. Because they wouldn't tell you they were. I'm the only one who's allowed to say it. What I will say to you, however, is because I run across people. Some people are bold enough when I'm in discussion with others. Like if I'm talking to somebody and I'm like, yeah, I'm open. I'm like, hey, I'm the Illuminati and this is what it's about. And they'd be like, thinking I'm crazy or something. And then it'd be somebody who walks past who is, we'll just use the term, a more official person that person knows. And they'll say, I'm in the Illuminati too. And they won't be joking because I know they're not joking. And so they're not supposed to say it, but they're saying it to back me in front of that person who doesn't know me, so that person won't think I'm crazy. So, but what I'm saying to you is, when you, and I'm going to tie this to, like I said, I didn't listen to it, so Zion, if you're listening, don't get offended, because I didn't watch the thing. I've never heard his music. I hadn't heard of him until I saw your thing. And so I just learned about the Illuminati rap game. It said, you had the title in there, it said something about, he feels like he's more moving towards illumination. It says something like that, right?
Yeah, that's that really got me curious and made me really kind of tune into some of the things that you were saying.
What I'm grasping out of that, without knowing what he meant by it, without having heard him say it, with only seeing it written there, is my understanding of the music industry. And remembering again, I'm trying to remind myself, that's why I keep repeating myself. Like, I got to talk about the homosexuality with the Navy, which is why the village people were created. I got to talk about the blackness. I think we've been covering that pretty good. We covered about the person chatting in and saying, explain the levels above black. Oh, somebody said, do I believe in God? I gotta emphasize on that more to make that more expressed. So where we at right now, we're at Zion, the Illuminati thing. Here's what happens. We all understand that when you go into any of these industries these days, you're required, it's a requirement to off somebody. It's a requirement to change your sexuality. It's a requirement to sell your soul. It's a requirement to sacrifice loved ones and or close acquaintances or friends or whoever you can get your hands on if you have none of those. It's a requirement to do whatever is asked of you. It's a requirement to compete with those who are amongst you, and you might lose your life while doing it. So there are people who would tell you that these are secrets, but that's not true. Here's what you got to understand. I'm going to be real belligerent when I say this, but not in a bad way. Because, like I said, God sent me here. I'm God's messenger. I'm God. Nobody gets to diverge, to corrupt my people. My people is everyone and everything in, on, and about this globe, this body, this existence. I don't care if it's a fucking teacup. I don't care if it's, hey, a white supremacist. You're my people. I love you. And I'm going to pull you back from the goddamn abyss. If you're a Muslim extremist, I'm pulling you back from the abyss. Because there's certain aspects of things going on in this world we're all taking too fucking seriously. God is love, pure and simple. It's getting along with everybody. It's working with everybody. It's not doing a bunch of bullshit. If you got to maintain secrets, secrets are supposed to be maintained to protect the secret, because to protect the secret means to protect all existence. It does not mean to protect the fact that you want to run around and fuck little kids. It doesn't mean that you want to run around and because you have a fetish for eating meat, that you're telling somebody to go cook a baby and eat it. It doesn't mean that because you want to do something I experienced personally, depending on where you go, the Indians that are here today are a direct result of white people raping black people. Black people are the original Indians. So there are places you can go on the globe where there are Indian tribes, where they hold land. And an Indian tribe is supposed to open itself up to you no matter who the fuck you are. I hope a lot of Indians is listening, and if you get pissed off, you can go fuck yourself. Understand what I'm saying when I say this. You do not have a person walk to you in need, to your tribal land, and say, please help me. And you turn them the fuck away talking about because you're not Indian. You fucking dickhead. Or dick, I was going to say dick woman, there's no such thing. You fucking dickhead. I had that personally happen to me twice from two different tribes, and I won't name them. But hopefully one of those people is listening, or both of them, that had the fucking audacity to tell me I'm not a goddamn Indian. Any black motherfucker walking the earth is a goddamn Indian. Black people are the foundation of everything. I can be a white supremacist. There's a black KKK. The highest level you reach in being a white supremacist is being in a black KKK. You won't learn that because you won't be able to reach it because you're racist. And as twisted as that sounds, that's the truth. The reason Obama was president and didn't get smoked when he was in the White House, didn't get assassinated when he got out the limousine and walked down the street with Michelle when he became president, is because the KKK was told hands the motherfuck off by motherfuckers higher than the KKK. So you can be all a hatred fucking motherfucker you want to be, and black people this and black people that, but I bet you Obama didn't get shot in the White House and you couldn't shoot him, no matter how much you wanted to. You can all call in, 20 at a time, and talk about how you hate niggers and how you would have took Obama out, but not one of you lifted a finger to touch him because he's black KKK. Everything comes from black. And before there's black, there's nothing. There's invisible. There's shit that don't exist. So for all you Muslim extremists who want to run around chopping people's heads off because they're Christians, because they believe different from you, who want to stone your women because they want to go to America and wear a skirt, or they want to experience life over here because they don't want to follow your religion, because they don't want to submit to you. You're fucking up. There's shit higher than higher, than higher, than higher, than higher, than higher. Fucking keeps going. Oh, bro, don't forget, if we get disconnected again, it's that 2-hour thing. Let's see what this is. Hour 20.
Yeah, yeah.
Disconnect us again, just call me right back.
Yeah, unfortunately,
you can just keep calling me back.
Unfortunately, we are kind of going a little long here. I need to use the bathroom. I'm getting a little tired. It's been about almost 4 hours. We're gonna have to do a part 2 for this.
So what are we doing? Are we stopping here?
No, not necessarily. I'm just letting you know it's getting there. But why don't we, before we do stop? I know you still got a lot to say. I definitely want to put another show together. But why don't you go ahead and just like wrap things up and just kind of like summarize stuff and just say whatever you want to put out there in kind of finality, and also plug whatever you'd like to plug.
Okay. Let's see. What do I want to say? Okay, that's the most important thing I can say of anything is everybody stop your bullshit, start loving each other. Put down your guns, put down your knives, put down your weapons of words, and start helping each other. I don't care who the fuck it is. Just like this, all of you, because this is the leap you all have to take. Leave your religions. This is what I mean by that. Take from your religions everything that is good, everything that has made you who you are, everything that has made you stable inside and made you believe in God, whatever you perceive God to be, if you don't perceive God to exist at all, everything that has you good, and leave your religion behind. To sum it up, it's hard to really say what I'm trying to say, but to say that just like we just had a Middle East peace talk that you likely saw, where they went, Israel went with the United States delegation over to the United Arab Emiratis for them to have a talk. We can throw our conspiracies into it and all that about what really was going on or what might have come out of it or what not. But what you will understand is they sat down at tables and talked when they've been at each other's throats, and worse than that, for years. So that's what I'm saying. I don't throw these things out here for anyone to get offended. I don't throw these things out here to rile people up, to make people turn against each other. You all have to learn to love each other. Understand, when I say I'm God, I'm the one saying this shit right now. Who of any of the rest of you have gotten on a radio or on a whatever, or any type of podium, any place where a lot of people can hear you, and say the shit that I've just said? The shit that's the truth. Because all of you know everything that I just said is true. It's not something that's like fucked up and although we said the whole hypothetical thing, you know, these are facts. If everyone would take from this everything I just said and think through it and say, you know what, I'm gonna put my bullshit aside, and from this moment on, I'm gonna go outside every day, and my objective, and I guess that's well, I know the plugs are like the Facebook thing. I'm gonna say that in a second. I'm gonna strive today to help as many people as I can, and to be good to as many people as I can, and to look in the mirror like Michael Jackson, change the man I am inside or woman I am inside, and to leave behind my bullshit. And I want you to do that, if nothing else, as an experiment for the next year. Everybody, just be someone who's good. Don't do anything bad. Every single day, don't curse anybody out. Don't do bad shit to people. Don't make GMO foods for us to eat. Don't go smoke crack. You know, do good things. Do that for a year straight, every single day. And all of us, let's see the state of the earth a year from now. So now you said plugins. So by that you mean like what my Facebook is or what this is, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Or if you want to promote any music or anything upcoming, anything that you plan on doing or anything like that, you know, just what the big thing about this show is it's all about, you know, putting that content in and then getting those plugs at the end, and just everything sort of self-propagating.
Okay, so let's see. My music, I have out there, like you saw the picture he used, 1.5 ounces. That's been out since like 2001, then I revised it in 2006. And, you know, I would appreciate it if you guys bought my music. You can get it on, like, you know, iTunes and CD Baby. I have to pay homage to CD Baby, because if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be on all these other music forums I'm on. I went through CD Baby to get all this done. So I guess I got to say I'm promoting CD Baby without, you know, they're not paying me or anything, but I'm saying they helped me to get to where you guys can listen to me on all these different forums and give them a try. So now I haven't worked on new music in a long time because of my circumstances. Like I was saying, you know, I touched on that when you're in this organization, you know, most of us are impoverished in the Illuminati. Some of us have wealth because we've been on Earth a long time, longer than I care to discuss. And so we look out for each other. So illumination isn't about like these couple of families who are rich or this or that. If you are a person who gets up and goes to work every day and struggles and you try to do the right thing, you're already Illuminati. The organization itself is which is touching on what you were asking me earlier. We have separate organizations that we form, which is one that I'm a part of. And there are the organizations that people try to say, hey, we want you to join when you join like the music industry or acting industry, whatever, stuff like that, film industry or whatever. And they're really just trying to lead you down a path you shouldn't be trying to go down. the organization I can say that I'm a part of is the true and correct one, because we don't subscribe to any of the bullshit. Like, if you knew me as a person, you would understand when I say, like, okay, I met Rihanna before Rihanna was Rihanna. I'm just throwing this in there. So she already knows who I am. She doesn't remember me as Predada Severa, except I gave her my album at the time. But when I met her, it was a couple of weeks before she signed with Def Jam. At the time, it was owned by Jay-Z. So we know it's changed names and stuff since then. So it was like 2 weeks before that when I met her. And Hey Mr. DJ, you remember that first song she put out there that really took hold? Was playing. She was like, "Oh, it's my song." I was like, "Oh, really?" You know, I won't say where I met her, whatever, but I'll just say she's a really, really, at least back then, because I don't know her now, she's a really down to earth person, a really deep person. And so I told her that day, I bumped into her twice. I told her when I met her, she was going to be a superstar, like bigger than she could imagine. And she knew she was going to be famous. She knew she could sing. She knew she could dance. She knew she could act. But I'm going to say it like this to you. In your life, whoever you are listening right now, how good does it feel when someone walks up to you and thanks you for something you've done? Or when your teacher said, "You did a really good job on this paper," or "I like the way you answered questions today." When your mother or father says, "I'm proud of you." When your wife, husband, child says, "Daddy, husband, whatever, I love you." Why do you love me? Well, because you're like this, and this. There's no racism there. There's no hatred there. There's no jealousy there. There's no "you're really smart" or "you're really stupid" there. None of these things that divide us. So I'm trying to, I know I'm long and drawn out, I'm just trying to find a way to say, you know, what, I guess you guys can figure what I'm saying. You know, so my, my Facebook, you can, this is going to be recorded so you guys can just play it back, is https://www.facebook.com/Predada dot SEVERA. If you just put Predada Severa in, it's going to take you to a Facebook link that's broken, because I had changed the way it was spelled. So the one I just gave you is the correct one. My Twitter is the same thing, but replaced the dot between Predada and Severa with an underscore. I have an Instagram. It is small letters, Predada. Oh shit! I think it's Predada.Severa.tm. Because I didn't follow you on Instagram yet, but I didn't get a chance to open it. I'm gonna follow you on Instagram later, and in your YouTube too. On YouTube, I have a Predada Severa. You can just type Predada Severa in YouTube and you'll see it pop up. But also, I run Central Intelligence, a car. See, we didn't get a chance to get into anything having to do deeply with organizational things and what I'm a part of. But there are many CIAs. We'll say it like that. There's many everything. And so Central Intelligence, a car, AKAR, space TM, like trademark, but it's in capital letters, then dash CIA, space, capital letter TM. All right, so I guess that's that. And you can call me when you want to have me on the show again or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you have quite a bit. I mean, from what I can tell, I think we're just kind of chipping the tip of the iceberg. So definitely want to get back into it with you. I mean, there's a couple things that you talked to me about during our private phone call that we didn't really touch on. So I want to make sure that information gets out there as well. So yeah, I'll definitely be in touch, and when the time is right, I'll hit you up at your email. It looks like you respond to that, so I'll hit you up at your email and we could do it again.
That's fantastic. I want each and every one of you to turn to the person next to you. I don't care if you're on a train. I don't care if you're in a bookstore. I don't care if you're in a cafeteria, wherever you might be, and just say, "I love you." And when they look at you strange and ask you why, you tell them, "Because Predada Severa wanted me to give you that message." I know that was kind of corny, but I think that's a good thing, right?
Sometimes it's good to be a little corny. It's a thing about innocence.
Yeah. I try to stay that way, bro. That keeps you grounded. All right, so I guess this is later, and everybody have a fantastic night or day, whatever you're going into right now, time zone. And again, bro, thanks for having me on the show. You're like fucking incredible. I want to tell you, dude, this is my first interview, period, ever. And you made that happen.
I'm surprised because you have some pretty good information, and it corresponds to things that I can kind of back up from other sources and validate. So it's been very mind blowing, and I had a great time. I mean, there's a reason we went almost 4 hours. That means that I'm really liking the content and what I'm hearing, and I know my listeners will, and I know that for a fact. So I thank you, my friend, and we will talk again in the future.
Fantastic. That's God. God brought us together, bro. That's what happened.
Absolutely. God
together.
Bless.
God bless. Later.
Bye. Have a good one. Bye.
You too.
And that was Predada Severin. Oh my God. I'm sorry, Predada Severa. I after doing 4 hours, it's easy to mess up names, but Predada Severa, and wow, oh my God, that was. You know what's crazy is I want to tell you guys how Predada sort of contacted me, and these things, they just come together sort of magically or synchronistically, and I swear I was just like sitting. I turn my computer on and I see that he's left this comment on YouTube. It's just like some really deep stuff. Like, I just know this guy's onto something. And my red flags kind of go up. I'm like, oh, are these like these gang stalking people or somebody trying to recruit me for something? I'm always kind of on the lookout for that sort of thing. But I just had this feeling, like this good feeling about him. So like later on in the day, I see my phone ringing, and I'm like, what the heck is that? Like, why am I getting a call right now? And I go and look down, and it's the Skype number. And I have this weird gut feeling, like I know I need to answer this. Somehow I knew it was him. Like, as weird as that sounds, like I knew it was him. And I answered the phone, and it was him. And he proceeded to just blow my fucking mind, like the stuff you heard just now, basically. And there's got to be something out there. There's got to be a God. There's got to be something out there that's guiding all of this. That's the best way I can put it. It's amazing. Words cannot describe. I'm really tired, but I'm trying to convey this as best as I can. Usually I would kind of talk for a while, and I do have a lot of stuff I want to talk about, but I've been working all week. I'm just tired. I'm sorry, you guys. I just don't have it in me to come back and like rant like crazy. You know what? I will try. I will fucking try because I love you guys. So I'm gonna go pee, and then I'm gonna play some music. I'm gonna go take a piss, and then I'll come back for a little bit. So I'll talk to you guys in a little bit. And welcome back to the end of days. This is your host, Daniel. Daniel broadcasting to you all the way from that shimmering Emerald City right here in the heart of the Pacific Northwest. Did I say shimmering Emerald City? I meant to say shitty Emerald City. Seattle fucking sucks lately. Oh my god, where do I begin? Oh, I better pull up the fucking camera. Lights on, there I am. um Seattle fucking sucks lately. So I don't know how many of y'all are aware, just because the world is so crazy right now, but I'm sure a lot of you heard about the whole Chop Chaz thing, and I believe I talked about that on my last couple shows. Ridiculous. It's like these Democratic politicians, for whatever reason, they're committing these acts of sabotage against our great republic. They are purposefully doing strange things like giving carte blanche to these awful Marxist protesters who don't even seem to be black. Seems to be like 90% white at least. But besides that, I remember some of us were about to get together and protest the whole lockdown. In the off chance that it's not actually the end of days and we can make some sort of difference. We were organizing. There was a local protest. I was actually going to attend. It was going to be my first like real live activism protest shit. I was going to put feet to pavement and do what I say that I will never do, and actually go out there and become a physical activist. But 2 days before the big protest was supposed to happen, surprise, surprise, George Floyd and riots and vandalism and blah, 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 blah. And it's obvious to me. It's a distraction. It's a complete distraction. It's being done so that we don't really band together and do something about what's going on. Because if we all started going out there and protesting the lockdown, more and more people would say, hey, those guys are doing it. Let's go do it too. The whole, I'll tell two friends and they'll tell two friends. But we were unable to even get started. That's how deep this manipulation goes. We were not able to even get started. We weren't able to protest the lockdown because all of those protests were canceled for BLM and Antifa to come through. And of course, it's nothing against anybody who is out there for the genuinely pure reasons of not wanting people to get shot dead by cops. My words are for the people that are trying to create some sort of Marxist revolution. These people that are just getting used. These young, disenfranchised social troglodytes that just want to make trouble. And they have no idea what they're for or what it really means. They obviously don't know their history, because if they knew their history, they'd want nothing to do with communism or Marxism or anything of that sort. They see how it begins and they'd see how it ends. Whether it's China or Cuba or North Korea or communist Russia, it just doesn't work out. But then they'll tell you, well, that's not true communism. Well, okay, but we gave it a try several times and we were never able to achieve true communism. So this whole democracy thing seems to kind of work better. Let's just keep going with it, please, and not make everything so fucking weird, right? It's weird. This mask bullshit. Wear a fucking mask. 6 feet apart. Fuck you. No. The level of control is mind-boggling. These people are fucking sadists. These elite rich people, they are sadists. I don't know why I did this, but I researched this book, and it was written by the Marquis de Sade, who was a very influential aristocrat. The word sadism actually comes from his name, and he wrote this book called 120 Days of Sodom, and they actually made a movie about it. And I'm not going to get into what was going on in that movie, but it's probably the most sick, darkest thing I've ever experienced. And yeah, of course, I didn't view or read. I didn't read it at all. I didn't view much of the movie. I just sort of skipped around. I was just puking the whole time. they're having people eat shit in that movie, and my point being is that's what they're doing to us right now. They're making us eat shit. They're making society submit on a level that is beyond what anybody could dream of. Um, there's somebody I follow on Twitter, and also I've been watching his YouTube videos. I debate with myself whether or not to put his name out there, but I already have quite a bit. His name's Mo Othman, and he has a YouTube channel, and he gives a lot of insider secrets in terms of what's going on out there. And obviously, I've repeated things that he said on this program and on social media. Of course, only a small amount of what I put out there has come from him, very small amount. But I want to kind of give credit there because I have been getting information from him, regardless of who he's really involved with or what his affiliations are, and everything he said has come true, and it's scary because he's saying that things are going to get worse. Yeah. Um. The thing I was saying earlier about these Illuminati people kind of messing with me. First off, I don't know if they're from the Illuminati or what Illuminati they're from or what faction they're from or what their game is, but at some point I realized, hey, maybe they're not trying to hurt me. They're trying to get me to, not all of them. I'm sure some of them want to hurt me, but other ones, they seem almost like they're trying to get me to think about certain things. They're trying to kind of poke and prod at me, prod at my consciousness, try to get me to have these epiphanies, to make connections that I did not have before. And I'm not the same guy that I was when I was doing the show a long time ago. I'm not the same guy I was even like half a year ago, and I've gone through a lot of bullshit. I've had people just attack me in numbers, and people like in the workplace, for example, I've had people just act so strange towards me, like they just hate me for no reason, basically. And it's not because I'm cocky or arrogant. It's not because necessarily they're jealous. I'm sure that has something to do with it, but it's almost like it has another spiritual side to it, like some kind of gang stalking type of thing going on. As I said, I can't really totally explain it, but I've just been going through hell, and I've been under constant attack from people that seem to be influenced by some sort of demonic hive mind, is the best way I can describe it. And as we've approached these last days or whatever the fuck is going on, it seems to be getting worse and worse. Like I'm literally like walking tall. I'm the last man standing. It's the Alamo, and I'm trying to fight off these zombies that are just after my brains. And that's what they're really after. They're after my brains. And I'm not saying I'm important or you know what I mean? Like a lot of people are gonna be like, oh, God, look at that ego getting out of control. And I assure you it's not that. I assure you it's not my ego. One of these things that these people try to do is they do try to inflate your egos. They do that so that they can pull the rug out later on and really drain you of energy and really kind of feast off your emotions. And I totally get that. I know that's another thing that they do. They try to kind of like cause you to have a big head. And it's really weird for me because it's a lot of people know who I am. Like a lot, especially in the paranormal UFO world and just people out there in general. Like more and more people are starting to know who I am, and it's kind of eerie. It's like, is this me, or is there some extra dimensional force out there, or some sort of spiritual force that is guiding me, or is like helping me kind of, get more and more out there? I have to ask that question too, because I feel almost like there's something that wants me to be, it wants more people to know who I am. And with that comes this whole thing like, how much of that do I really want? Because there is that whole gatekeeper thing. Like, okay, at some point, am I going to have to really change my way of doing things? Am I going to be turned into some kind of puppet or something like that? I don't know. But I can say that I would never agree to anything like that. But when I see these like forces working around me, I see my show becoming more popular. It makes me think like, what's going on here? You know, I'm becoming increasingly affiliated with people that seem to be on a similar track and seem to be ascending in some way. I don't really know what's really going on or why I would have a name like Daniel or why I would start a show called End of Days Radio in 2012 and now we would be going through the end of days. I don't really know what my responsibility here is except to be sort of like a voice in the darkness. Hopefully. I know I've inspired a lot of people to kind of like get their own shit going and that really makes me feel good. But on top of that, I just feel like I must be here for some other reason. Like it's important for me to know this stuff and be engaged in this stuff at this time. And every time I start to think to myself, like, is this getting old? Have I done everything I'm supposed to do here? It's like I hear this voice saying, no, you gotta keep going. You gotta keep going. It's just the tip of the iceberg. You gotta keep going. So I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going. And part of the reason is I just love doing this. And I'm not perfect. I'm not immune to self defeat. I've got the world on my shoulders sometimes with these things attacking me and these strange life events that just seem to throw things haywire. But I know I'm not the only one. Like I know a lot of you out there, if not all of you, are going through the same thing. You're becoming increasingly isolated from people that don't understand the subject matter. I totally get that. That's happening to like I'm losing family now. That's how bad it is. I'm losing family now. They just don't get it. You know, they want to take the vaccine. They're telling people to wear masks. They just don't get the big picture of what's going on here. And that really hurts because it even says in the Bible, it says that there will be brother against brother, and to be experiencing this thing where I'm aware of these things, and every time I try to tell certain people, they get really fearful and they don't want to hear it. They bury their heads in the sand. It's hard because you feel really alone, and you know that they know. You know, they know that you're onto something. They just don't want it to be part of their reality. It's too heavy. It's too negative, and that kind of hurts too because it's like, okay, well, I guess I'll just kind of shoulder this madness on my own. And then, you know, there's this devil stuff. Like, it's so confusing because I've done all this research and you know, you guys probably remember I was like blaming the devil for a lot of stuff, and I was talking about these Luciferians and Satan, Lucifer, he's lying to us, and I kept digging and digging, and I just sort of found out that it's not, you know, like Predada said earlier, it's just not quite like that, and you feel really lost after you start to understand these things because it's more comfortable just to say, okay, the devil is bad and he's doing all these things and all these people worship him, and when you lose that and you lose sight of it, it's more frightening because it makes you realize you don't really know like who's out there and who's doing this and who's good and who's bad. It's really terrifying. A lot of people are probably going to get mad hearing me talk this way. You know, you're becoming corrupt. You know, like when I first started talking this way, people were saying stuff like you're fallen, you're becoming you're giving up on yourself, you're being tempted, you're this, you're that, but it's not that. It's just gaining more of an understanding of what's really going on in this world, and it's weird because like I was saying earlier, I know that the whole idea of the devil is extremely frightening to most people. Most people, even that are atheists, really reject any sort of talk about Satan or the devil or anything like it. Just scares the living bejesus out of them. And even if they don't believe in God or the devil, it just frightens them, period. But I don't really feel scared like that anymore. I've really lost my fear of the devil. I don't fear Satan. I don't really have those same feelings anymore. And I ask myself, I'm like, are you being like manipulated? Are you being persuaded in some way? But my heart tells me that's not true. I just feel like I'm gaining more occult knowledge and I'm starting to figure things out and how it really works. And I'm not saying like people should worship the devil or anything, of course not. I'm just saying that this character of the devil, it's something that was created and there probably was a real being, you know, Lucifer, Anki, whatever. But this character that was sort of created by the church, it really is about control. It's about controlling your mind. It's about burning innocent people. It's about blaming. It's about distracting you from the real evil out there. We got to look at the big picture. Once again, the guest talked about this earlier, but the devil wouldn't be doing anything that he's doing if he did not have some sort of permission. That's what people have to understand. You have to understand that even the devil himself is carrying out the will of God. And you got to understand that his job is to separate the sheep from the goats. And you can't have your cake and eat it too. You know what I'm saying? Like if you want to buy into the whole story, you got to accept the fact that it was humans that fell. It's humans that are destroying the earth. It's humans that make the decision to be racist. I mean, maybe the devil can put these things in front of you, if it's even the devil doing that, but it's human choice that makes you good or makes you evil. You shouldn't be afraid of the devil. You should be afraid of the devil inside. You should be afraid of what you are capable of. And until you can face that, and you can face the darkness inside yourself of the things you're afraid of the things you're insecure about, your weaknesses, your addictions, you know, whether that be to drugs, alcohol, pornography. Everybody's got some kind of vice. And if you say you don't, you're lying. Until you can face that stuff, then you don't really have the capability of full understanding and knowledge and wisdom. You got to go deep into yourself and you have to face your own demons, because the outside world mirrors the inner world, and you have to defeat those inner demons before you can defeat any demons in the outer world. I suppose that's what I've been doing a lot lately. I've been kind of facing the darkness. I did something really strange. I even talked about it on the show. One night I just sort of walked into the woods, you know, the dark woods alone. I was fishing, so I didn't have like no intended purpose, but I just went into the woods by myself, and I just decided sort of to not be afraid. And I decided that whatever I run into in the darkness in the woods, I can be just as scary. I can be just as much of an animal. I can be just as ferocious. Whatever's out there should be afraid of me. And when I shift perspectives on that sort of thing, I lost a lot of my fear of like aliens and demons and the devil and things like that. And it's not to say that I'm like not afraid of them at all. I mean, if some freaking wolf creature or something manifested in front of me, I'd be pretty scared. But whatever is happening to me right now, it is extremely spiritual, and it's right in line with these last days. And I just hope that everybody out there knows me and like knows that I have a good heart and knows I'm a good person and isn't freaked out because I might engage in certain subject matter that they deem off limits. I think that's really what I want to say. But in any case, there's plenty of other things to talk about. This Joe Biden. I've been saying a lot lately that Joe Biden, he's not fighting. He's riding that Obama wave. because that's exactly what he's doing. It's like he's not even trying. All of you people out there, can you not see that the Democrats are throwing in the towel already? Maybe they know the plan. Maybe they know it's not their time. Maybe they know there's supposed to be 4 more years of Trump, or there's something else supposed to happen centered around the election or the coming 4 years, but they're not trying. They wouldn't be putting that old man who's half dead out there if they really wanted to win. They'd go with Hillary again. They'd go with one of these younger people. You know, it'd be so easy for them to win if they presented the same candidate, but they don't really want it. And that's what's really scary. That the fact that they don't want it. It's like they want Trump in there. I'm telling you, the Democrats want Trump in there. As crazy as that sounds, you can look at something called AIPAC, if you don't believe me, and how the presidencies really go in the elections, and how everybody that wins is endorsed by AIPAC. I might want to look at it. One of the big events in the news, you know, I get really mixed up sometimes because I was thinking to myself, I want to do something like I want to put a flag on my truck. I was thinking about putting a hitch on the back and getting one of these giant flags and just flying that flag everywhere I go, just because I'm so sick of all this Antifa shit, this Marxism bullshit, this fucking like traitorous sort of talk, these young people just saying these like stupid things. But these killings, they're just, you know, there's the guy that got, you know, there's the people getting shot by the cops, and then they're shooting the protesters, and they're killing each other. There was the Kyle guy that shot those people that were coming after him, and then the Marxists sort of got revenge, and they killed a Patriot Prayer guy, and then that guy just got shot up by the U.S. Marshals not far from where I live. So I question whether I should be engaging in any of this. Like, am I going to cause violence by raising this flag? Am I, by acting like a patriot and loving my country, am I inciting violence? That just feels so wrong that the flag is now considered a symbol of hate, or like, that's our fucking flag. Like, what's wrong with you people? That's like, I never cared for having to do the Pledge of Allegiance at school, but you know, I never hated the flag. I just hated being forced to do anything. I never hated the flag because that was part of who I was. I was proud to be an American. And these young people, they're just so disconnected from that. And they see the flag and they think Trump, and they think this and they think that. But the flag's not about that. I'm not a Republican. I'm a libertarian. I'm voting for Adam Kokesh. I'm not a fucking Republican. I'm not even really conservative. I lean conservative. I have family values. And I believe in God and Christ and those things, but you know, that's kind of where it stops. You know, I'm for gay marriage and the end of racism and all that stuff. I'm not for abortion. I mean, I'm halfway for it. I don't know. But I'm just saying, the flag, it's not about MAGA. It's not about Trump. Like, if that's what it is for you, that's fine, you know, but if you're on the left, you should be just as in love with the flag. And then because people aren't, like, you really have to question things. You really have to wonder if this is indeed the end of our republic, if this is indeed the end of America. You wake up every day to a broken country where everybody's at odds. And how do you consolidate that within yourself? How do you keep your sanity seeing that? And then the COVID and the violence and the direct energy weapons and what China's doing right now. You know, China's getting ready for war. I've talked quite a bit about it. Iran, Russia, and China, the new axis. How do you consolidate all of that shit within yourself and deal with these times? And what do you do? Do you prep? Do you train? Do you try to run around and tell everybody the sky is falling? Do you hold up one of those signs that doesn't say the end is near, but the end is here? It's on. Like, what is your plan to deal with this shit from like a spiritual, psychological perspective? Because I'm not doing so well. I was preparing my whole life for this shit, and I'm just like, I'm miserable. I'll be real with you guys. I'm fucking miserable. I've been miserable for a while. I was kind of miserable before all this shit started. But this has all just made it like 100 times worse. And I'm just being real with you. I know I shouldn't walk around in a state of misery. I know that's not good. But it goes hand in hand with being somebody that's diving deep and who is being gang stalked and who's dealing with darkness. And I know I'll get to a better place someday, but then when I see all this stuff going on in the world, it's like, is that really an option for me? I don't think happiness is an option for me. I think I have to be tough. I have to survive and I have to fight. And that's as close to happiness as I'm going to get. So I've changed. I'm not sitting here crying about what's going on. If you notice, I'm not complaining. I'm soldiering the fuck up. I'm grabbing my balls and I'm manning the fuck up because it's my only option. We have to press forward. We have to survive. You can't be a fucking bitch ass pussy. I'm being real with you. You cannot be a bitch ass pussy in these times. If you're a fucking mama's boy, if you're a crybaby, if you're a pansy, if you're a boy and not a man, you better stop that shit and you better get your fucking shit together because there's no more time for bullshit. It is time to soldier the fuck up. I'm telling you now, so you don't have to find out the hard way later. You better learn to defend yourself. You better learn to survive on your own because things are going to get hairy. This is only the beginning. What else we got? Boy, I want to do a mind-blowing moment of the day, but boy, how do we even like know what to pick? Mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. Mind-blowing moment of the day. All right. Mind-blowing moment of the day. I gotta go with the mermaids. Holy shit. Mermaid wars. That's like Aquaman type shit. You know, Atlantis and all that. Mermaid armies. I know there's a lot out there. And I've been learning that more and more. And I suppose at times I even start to avoid some information sometimes because it's just like never ending. And the more I realize, the more pathways and rabbit holes it opens up. And just when you think you've got it, just when you think you figured it out, no, there's still more to know. But it's true. Our seaways and our navies determine who is the strongest superpower on the planet. It's always decided by the Navy, isn't it? In fact, we're even governed by maritime law. And what's really going down in there in the oceans? You get to see these UFOs and there's all this mystery surrounding dolphins. I just gotta ask myself, what the hell is going on under the sea? Under the sea, under the sea. I've been thinking a lot about those Disney cartoons we used to watch as kids, like Beauty and the Beast. I feel like there's a lot of esoteric knowledge inside of there. Or Pocahontas. That's like a real story about racism and the New World. Or the Hunchback of Notre Dame. Like that's just this like freakish guy that, you know, he's getting treated like shit by the world. It's very spiritual. It's very Gnostic. Like he's this great person on the inside, but because of how he looks, he's just treated like shit. Just because he's a hunchback, he's just like shit on and spit on by everybody. They literally spit on him. That's really how the world is. Like, you know, it's looks and money and power and, but that's not really what's right, is it? Like the whole thing with the Beauty and the Beast was a prince and he was really conceited and he looked down on people that were poor or not very attractive, and then he pulls his bullshit on the wrong person and he gets cursed and he has to live as this fucking beast until true love is what sets him free and, you know, shows him the way and brings him back to the light. And I can't help but think that, you know, it sounds hokey, but isn't that so how life is. Like we're all kind of like looking for love because we see it as our redemption and our salvation from all of our insecurities and all of the abuse that we put up with in our lives. We think if we can just grab onto that thread, then none of it will ever matter. And we will be ultimately winners in life because we found that golden ticket. We found that diamond in the rough. And then we get old and we don't find it and we get bitter, right? Or we do find it for some of you out there that are lucky enough. Um, I think that I think that we go through many rises and falls in our lives, and like I've had when I was really down in the dumps, I've had people say to me like, "Oh, you gave up on yourself. It's sad." And I think to myself, this person is observing me and they're commenting on my behavior or they're commenting on how I'm acting, and I just can't help but think to myself, that's not a person that's really concerned about me or really concerned about my interests, or somebody that really like cares about my well-being. Because first of all, it's rude and it's not helpful if I am in that position, and it's kind of like finger pointing and another way to feel like you're better than somebody, to kind of label somebody that way. But the more I think about it, I wouldn't be ashamed about being depressed or ashamed about going through hard times, because that's life. Like that's what defines you. Dealing with adversity, dealing with fucked up people that are jealous, so they try to find something about you to make fun of or humiliate and embarrass you and just crush you, get rid of you. That happens everywhere because nobody wants to see you come up, especially at their expense. A lot of people are very insecure about themselves and they don't know how to deal with their insecurities, so they take them out on others. And you get that everywhere. And most people, a lot of people, when you encounter a situation like that, you take it out on yourself, right? You're like, well, I'm not fitting in here. There must be something wrong with me, or I'll just never fit in because I'm broken, or I'm just like, I came out fucked up, or, a lot of people will blame themselves instead of the people that are being assholes. And that's where I think self-forgiveness comes in, and having the knowledge that it's not you, that it is them. Because you can't take stuff to heart. You can't take it to heart when you're outnumbered and people are giving you a bad time because again, like they're threatened or they're jealous or they're xenophobic towards you, or the list goes on and on. Maybe you're black and they're white, or vice versa, or that it's endless. Or your boss is a woman, and she's mad that you rejected her advances, or a man did that, or the list goes on and on. A lot of people will take things to heart when they're treated badly, and you just can't do that, because when you do that, you do start to give up on yourself, and you really have to know that you are a soldier out on a battlefield, and no matter what happens, if you don't back down and you keep moving forward, you won't feel bad later on, no matter how bad that people are treating you. If you can keep your spirits up and keep fighting, when the dust settles, you might take a few bruises, but you're not going to hate yourself. You can't take that shit to heart. It's going to be harder and harder to be a Christian person, right? It's like Christians are going to get attacked in large numbers. It says so in scripture. And this isn't me preaching religion or spirituality or anything like that. It's just a fact. It's already happening. Christians are being discriminated against. And if you're a Christian right now, then I'm sure you know exactly what I'm talking about. You probably feel like the world hates you. And the world does hate Christ. The world celebrates his death. And the world hates the devil. We've all been programmed to hate the devil. We've been programmed to hate the devil. We've been programmed to hate Christ. And we've been programmed to love Elon Musk and love aliens and love SpaceX and love Donald Trump or hate Donald Trump, right? But we got to start thinking for ourselves, because we're literally up to our necks in programming. My buddy Stuart Swerdlow, he told me about it. You can go back and listen to that interview.
It's all programming on top of programming on top of programming on top of programming. It's all programming, and we're bombarded with this shit. It used to be television and peer pressure and radio and advertisements, and now it's expanded so beyond that. They're literally hypnotizing us with words that we speak to each other. They're literally hypnotizing us with imagery, with concepts, and it's going to be harder and harder to be yourself and be a person of faith, to be a Christian, to be a believer in Christ. And it's so hard sometimes because, like I was saying, like even my own family, like you say Jesus or Christ, it's like they hate you, you know? They hate you for just saying you're a follower of Christ or that you believe his words or you are a fan of his teachings. Like, how dare you? It's all religious programming and control, right? How dare you take their freedom away by telling them about this guy named Christ that was the ultimate pacifist and told people not to worship him? How dare you tell anybody about him, right? Oh, God forbid you talk about this peaceful man that died for something he believes in. It's so awful. Oh my God, he's a Jesus freak. He has a cross on his arm. He likes Christ. He's a piece of shit. Right? That's literally how it is. Oh, he likes Jesus. He's a piece of shit. He's a fucking asshole. Okay. Okay. And I think, like, if you really think about who's wicked between us, I don't think it's me. Not to say I don't have my faults, but it just blows my mind, like how much people like hate God and hate Christ and hate themselves. But it doesn't have to be Christ. It could be Buddha or Krishna or the Anunnaki or anything. It doesn't seem to fly with people nowadays. They just want to be like all about Kim Kardashian and all these other Illuminati pop stars. Eminem, nobody gives a fuck about him anymore, right? Eminem, who's not Eminem. I can get really into that. Like, I was hugely into Eminem, and those of you that follow me on Twitter are gonna know what I'm going on about. But I'll save that for later because now I am getting tired, and I kind of just wanted to come on here and be real for a little bit and tell you guys about some of the stuff I've been going through. And whether you agree with it or you hate it or whatever, whatever you think of me, you love me, you hate me, you're entertained by me, but you hate me, or you think I'm an asshole, or you think I'm not an asshole, or you think I'm too nice, or I'm too mean, or whatever. I appreciate anybody who listens, even if you don't like me. I appreciate you listening because I know you at least appreciate the content. I'm not trying to get everybody to like me. I don't want anybody to worship me. If you're gonna listen to somebody, don't listen to me. Listen to Christ. Listen to God in the flesh. Don't listen to me. I'll tell you that right away. Like, the best I can do is just refer you to Christ. I don't claim to have any answers or direct connection to God. I can only know God through Christ, so I recommend you take that path, and that'll get you close enough where you can hopefully start to understand God a little bit better. And there's nothing wrong with doubting, and there's nothing wrong with rejecting these things as well, because that's how you get to the truth. You got to look at both sides, and I've looked at both sides, and I decided that God is good. And a lot of people are really turned off by those words, but I'm gonna keep being me, and I'm gonna keep having my faith in these last days. But one thing I do need you guys to do, if you don't mind, is if you've got a little bit spare change laying around, why not donate it to this show? As you know, I put a lot of time into this. I don't get paid or anything, but if you want to pay me a little bit, that really helps me out. I mean, I need it, to be honest with you. I need it. Like, I need to keep the lights on and keep my pets fed, and I need donations. So if you go to endofdaysradio.com and click on that donate button, I'm not begging, but I need MREs, I need bullets, I need all the things I need to survive so I can continue to help you. And I'll still do the show whether you donate or not, but if you don't mind, I do really appreciate it. It does help me quite a bit. It does motivate me to keep doing this show, because if I get, the smallest extra little check at the end of the month, it's just like a big, huge thank you from you guys to me. and that makes me feel awesome. And more importantly, it gives me money for toilet paper and things of that nature. And not to say like I'm going broke or anything like that. It's just, you know, the whole grassroots truth thing is awesome, but really, you know, how much can you expect a guy to work for free forever and ever? So I got to kind of pump those donations a little bit more. Forgive me, but I'll talk to you guys next time. I'm planning to do a lot more shows. I like to take breaks. I don't just go continuous. That's just how I do things. If you don't like it, too bad. I will never go away for too long. I can promise that. And I've got other projects I'm working on that I'll probably be announcing soon, as soon as I sort of get them fully figured out. But I'm working on some really big shit, and I know that God has a plan for me. So I will talk to you guys later. Goodbye.